Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Koha-US 2020, our online conference. I'm Lizette Shear, again, the president of Koha-US, and we've got another great day lined up. Just a couple things before we get started. If you're interested in coming to our social event, that's tonight at 3 Pacific / 7 Eastern. Don't forget to register for the conference. Register for the conference so you can get the Zoom link for that. Same thing if you're coming to Bugapalooza. Make sure you register by the start of our last presentation today, which is 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, to make sure you get the link sent to you today. And with that, we have our first presentation today, which is Koha-mig, a Get-like tool for migrations and data projects. And we are going to go ahead and get started with that. We've also got Rogan and Jason here in the Zoom for question and answer afterwards.
Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for joining us for Koha-mig, a Get-like tool for migrations and data projects. My name is Rogan Hamby. I'm a data and project analyst with the Equinox Open Library Initiative. Go ahead, Jason. I was going to say you're here with me today.
Yeah, I'm Jason Etheridge. I'm also a data analyst and a software developer with Equinox.
And we support open source software and libraries, especially Evergreen and Koha. And we do a whole bunch of Koha migrations. And we're going to talk today about Koha-mig, which is a tool set that we developed in-house and is publicly available. So just a wee bit of history before we get into the nitty-gritty stuff. MIG is a tool set that borrows its feel from Git. Now, by that, we mean that it is a command line tool. It is kind of a wrapper for other more specialized tools. Jason will talk later about things like MIG add, MIG remove, stuff like that. And MIG is simply an abbreviation for migration. It was originally developed as a migration tool set and lives inside a larger migration tool repository. However, of course, migrations are ultimately just big data projects, right? So it's not terribly surprising that a tool set that's useful for migrations is also useful for other data projects. And so we'll talk about that later, but we're going to focus on the original set of use cases that led to the creation of MIG first, and that is migrations. Now, I said that it lives within a larger collection of migration tools. And because we're not horribly creative nor want to be obscure when it comes to these things, we call that larger collection migration tools. It is a collection of tools that are primarily written in Perl, although you'll find a number of bash scripts, XML files, SQL, the occasional cat picture or Easter egg in there as well. Just whatever has been useful as a repeated use utility in doing migration work. And these live on GitHub. You have the address right there. It is under the Equinox Open Library Initiative organization, migrationtools.git. We track issues there. We take merge requests. And you can find all the stuff we're going to talk about today there, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. And to talk a little bit about some of the technical elements and prerequisites, I'm going to pass it over to Jason now.
Yeah, so migration tools started off as mostly for Evergreen migrations, and we were, Evergreen and Koha, they both use Perl, and that was the language we were most familiar with at the time. So there's a few Perl modules we need: switch, text CSV auto, text CSV separator. We don't have a proper installation process, so we just kind of run things directly out of the Git repository, so you need to update your path. The Perl 5 lib, that's optional. If you're going to use the mark cleanup utility, then you need that. And if you have trouble, I have trouble installing text CSV auto sometimes. Often I put those directly into the Equinox migration lib directory. And when I do that, I need the Perl 5 lib as well. Yeah, the other thing about mark cleanup, it's good for adding tags sequentially numbered on the fly, and you don't often need to do that with Koha migrations. This is how data can be represented deep under the hood within Koha. So a table, you can kind of think of a table as a tab in a spreadsheet, so you have the different columns and fields, and each row in a table is kind of analogous to a row in a spreadsheet. And a migration process is to take data that's similar to this and to beat it into shape where it fits within these rows and columns. The type of data you might get, you got record-oriented data. This example actually comes from a Symphony system. And the fields, for the most part, a certain record might have a given field or column that not every other record has. So it's interesting to work with.
In relationship to MIG, one of the things for people to know is MIG doesn't care where that data ultimately comes from. If you have a tool set for converting data from a certain XML or JSON or even PDF or whatever, once you get it into a tabular format, it'll work with MIG. And I mentioned the larger migration tools repo a few minutes ago. There are a number of non-MIG tools in there that are specific to certain data sources, as well as there are, of course, other repositories elsewhere that are sometimes specific to given ILSs or data sources for converting. And that kind of moves us into line-oriented data.
Yeah, this is what we prefer, definitely. And often if we get other data sources, we will convert things into this format first and then shove it into staging tables. And even this is not always easy to work with because CSV, CSV is not always CSV. It's not a rigorous standard there, in my opinion. But we do have tools for dealing with it. So there's a cleanup step that can kind of fix a lot of CSV for you.
Yeah, I think calling CSV a standard might be a stretch. A frequently abused gentleman's agreement might be the best description of what CSV really is.
It's kind of like SIF in that regard. And what you're seeing there on the screen is actually pipe separated, pipe delimited data. And in some ways, that's preferable to the pure CSV because you don't often see an actual pipe in the data itself. So you don't have to worry about those delimiters being escaped or quoted.
So ultimately, this is your goal of converting your data to get to a line-oriented file, or what I tend to call tabular file. And then you're going to want to stage it, like we said. And I said before, this was first talking about the use cases of MIG, why we came up with MIG. So we're going to start with a non-optimal way to do this migration process. So what's the most non-optimal way you can do it? The most non-optimal way is to do everything by hand. Sit down, type out, create table, user underscore data, bracket. And I'm not going to go through every line, but obviously list out every column of data, list out its data type. But if you have dozens of files and potentially hundreds of columns, this can be very time consuming, especially for quick prototyping work. And then after you do all that, you need to actually load the stuff in. And we have here on the slide the MariaDB or MySQL, whatever flavor you use. Load data local in file. And here we have columns terminated by a comma. As we talked about before, it could be a pipe, a tab, whatever. And during this process, you need to watch out for collation because it's easy to end up with a table encoding that is not going to play nice when connected via joins to other tables in the system. So you got to be very careful about that. And so this is the very manual, long, time-consuming way to do it. And I feel like we could probably have 2 or 3 slides of gotchas here. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, and there's one other even more non-optimal way to do this, and that is not to use staging tables at all. So we're big proponents of staging tables.
Yeah.
You can see people trying to munch this stuff in programming languages and then shove the data directly into Koha.
We talked about non-optimal staging, so let's talk about non-optimal mapping. this is where you go directly from a staging table into a production table. And this is just one tiny step of improvement away from what Jason was saying about going from external data directly into your production table. Here you've put it in a staging table and called user data, and you're just going to select it, and you're going to do all the manipulation you need to use directly. Now, here on the slide, we just have a couple of very simple manipulations. Card number maps directly to user ID, or rather user ID to card number, user last name maps directly to surname, and we're just trimming the spaces off the end. But some things are going to have much more complicated manipulations. Let's take names, for example. It's not uncommon to not have a last name in its own column. It's actually pretty common to get data where you have something like Smith, comma, space, Jane, comma, Mary. And you're going to have to take substring commands in SQL with positions and start splitting that stuff up and putting things into surname, first name, maybe other name if you're going to keep the middle name, or combine first and middle into first name, however you want to do it. And you may have to bring in data from other sources, some of which may be several tables of connection removed. So if you're going to go straight into borrowers, it's going to be a lot of very complicated manipulation. And the more complicated the migration is, of course, if you have to do it all in one single big transaction shot, the more chance there is of some sort of error sneaking in. Any more thoughts on that, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, you can do it this way if it's super simple, but if you're developing it, if you're doing it in an iterative fashion, then it gets a little more difficult. I mean, you could comment out that insert and just do the select and see if it blows up on you. But if you get if you're dealing with a lot of data, you're not gonna be able to tell at a glance necessarily, or browse through or skim that data and catch edge cases. Whereas if you were doing something like this, on the next slide, in a way where you're actually manipulating things within tables before pushing them into production, then it gets easier to catch that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and I would argue that even if you have something that's super simple, it's probably a bad habit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about better staging tables a little bit. Jason already mentioned there's a next slide, and boom, like magic, here it is. When we talk about better staging tables, I'm going to start talking about quite a few conventions here that we follow in our own workflows and have kind of snuck their way into MIG. Now, perhaps in a perfect universe, tools are completely agnostic. They don't take in any of your workflow conventions. I don't know of a case of any tool sets that don't have some workflow conventions built in somewhere, and I think these are pretty sane ones. So I want to make you aware of them as we talk about them and why we have them, as well as that they exist. So a better staging table. Instead of manually creating a staging table, we start by creating a table like one that we want to inherit columns from. So create table M borrowers. M underscores our convention that it's a migration related table like borrowers. And what this will do, if you're not familiar with it, is basically create a second borrowers table with a new name. Now, this is the part where Jason and I both feel a little bit of pang of wishing that MySQL/MariaDB had child tables like Postgres does, because then you can actually share a number sequence. In MySQL and Maria, when you do like, it's not a child table, it's actually completely separate, just has an identical structure, and the sequence is going to be completely separate. So there are a few things we have to do in order to deal with that, and we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. Now, what is the use of having a copy of borrowers? Well, the advantage is that all that manipulation I said we don't want to do in a production table yet, we get to do it in this M underscore borrowers instead. And then when we're ready, just copy all that stuff over to borrowers. And the real value of this comes in when we look at the next couple lines on the slide. Alter table, add column. And we have two conventions we follow here. One is L underscore. L underscore means it's legacy data. We are bringing that data in from one of those tabular files that we talked about. And our convention is that we never alter that. That is a pristine copy of the data as we pulled it in, so that if it's not what was exported from the system, it's at least what was in the files that were imported. And this allows us to know that if something doesn't match up somewhere, we need to look for maybe an issue with loading the data. But one way or another, this is the migrated data. X underscore is our convention for something that we've manipulated or calculated in some way. So to go back to that example of the name, let's say you have a name that's all in one text string, last name, first name, middle initials perhaps, and that comes in an L underscore name. I may then break that up into an X surname, X first name, and other X columns that I manipulate with my text tools and functions before they end up going into the M borrower columns that I inherited from borrowers. Now, I mentioned needing to synchronize earlier because we don't inherit a sequence. We don't have a shared sequence between M borrowers and borrowers. And when I say sequence, I mean of the borrower number, of course, that automatically generated number that's unique to each row. After we push that copy of the columns from M borrowers into borrowers, we immediately do an update where we say we take the X borrower number and we set it to the borrower number. We set the X borrower of the migration table to the actual borrower number in the real production table based on the card number at that moment. That means that we know from then on that X borrower number represents the actual production row, regardless of what's changed on that borrower's account from then on. We have that link available, which is really useful for later data projects, for identifying issues from a migration, for just answering questions a lot of the time.
And for linking circulations and other data we're migrating.
That's a good point. Actually, yeah, later data stages like circulations, you need the borrower number and you need the real borrower number. And what if somebody comes along and, ideally during a migration, nobody's going to change anything on your stuff until it's released to them. But I have had it happen where somebody got into a system early and decided to go ahead and start replacing cards. Now I don't have a reliable card number for matching up circulations that are loaded a week later. But with that X borrower, I do. I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. So now we're going to talk about better mapping a little bit. Jason?
Yeah, so this shows another convention that we're doing. Rogan already mentioned that we leave the legacy columns pure. And this is where you can do this all in one update. You can break up into multiple updates. The point is you can iterate how you want to, but this is where you try out your mappings. In this case, hard-coded mappings. For example, on a Symphony system, L user ID would make a good card number. It's kind of the same concept. So you would just map it over directly. Surname, L user last name. If you had to do more convoluted munging, this is where you would do it as well. You could put, replace and regex replace and those sort of things in here as well. Xmigrate, that's another convention we do. During mapping, libraries will often take the mapping process as an opportunity to clean up their data. So there's certain things they may not want to migrate, and this is one way to indicate that. Often during a migration process, you see your data in a different way, and you kind of realize there's a lot of things you might want to, not propagate with.
Yeah, and I will say that when we talk about legacy columns, L columns, they're usually text, just for convenience. Sometimes we might manually go in and change them to a varchar of a certain length if we want to index them or something. But the X underscore are often data typed. So for example, Xmigrate is usually a tiny int because we only need a 1 or 0. And others will often be of a data type for something convenient to move over into a production column.
There's another reason to do things like this. If you think back on the first bad example of inserting directly into production tables, MySQL has this bad habit of truncating data. And
yes,
you know, so you'll see warnings and things. You can do show warnings after you do that, but if you've already pushed it into a production table, that's kind of too late. You know? So you can
yeah,
sanity check your mappings here and see and summarize and do, you know, further analysis on what you've done. And this is another example where we really lament the lack of child tables. But this works. I mean, so you have your staging table, you've done all your mapping, and you just insert into the production table the same columns in the same order. And you flag it where you're just doing the ones that are supposed to migrate. So possibly a subset of what's in the staging table. So we were talking about staging tables, but sometimes we do still want to insert directly into things. And those things can be staging tables, but you don't have to necessarily munge or map them the same way. So this is, you know, it still gives you easy iteration. You're not polluting, you know, a production table or anything, but sometimes you have derived tables or auxiliary tables where it's going to be pretty simple just to do things like this. In this example, this is a staging table that's going to eventually get pushed into the statistics table in Koha. And this is specifically for circulations, but you might have another staging table that's, you know, intended for statistics, but it's for something else related to fines or whatever. And finally, other things you might want to stage. So we talked about hard-coded mapping, but you know, at least for the migrations we do, we often give the libraries an opportunity to determine exactly how they want things to map. So there's a bit of more data-driven or soft coding going on here. We usually give them spreadsheets, and then they can kind of pick and choose how they want to, especially with consortia, how you want to map you know, your legacy data into specific. You know, you might have, for example, you might have a smaller set or totally different set of shelving locations that you're going to map into than what was on your legacy system. And once you have that mapping, you can stage it, and then you can, you know, do table joins and do your manipulations that way.
Now, all through this, we've talked about bad ways to do things and good ways to do things, but we haven't really talked about how MIG plays into it. So we're going to do that now. And as we talk about MIG, what we're going to talk about is going to go back to that better way to do things, better ways to stage, better ways to map, better ways to load, and how MIG allows us to take a migration where, say, I have a dozen files, some of them with as many as 30 or 40 columns in them, and with very little effort, get them all staged in the database, linked up to copies of production tables with L columns and data loaded and all that stuff in just a few minutes. So let's meet the MIG tools. These are, I don't think this is all of them. We may be missing one or two off here, but here are a bunch of the kmig tools. And you'll hear us talk about kmig. Kmig is in contrast to emig. When MIG started, it was just MIG, and it was for evergreen. As we've done more and more Koha migrations, and we do a pretty steady stream of them now, we discovered we really missed having these tools we used in Evergreen for Koha. And they weren't really Evergreen tools, actually. They were tools for Postgres. So we took those and we split them so that one set of tools could cater to Evergreen's idiosyncratic needs and Postgres, but we could have the same functionality for Koha and MariaDB. And as it's turned out, some tools have turned out a little bit different. So Jason, do you want to kick us off with talking about the environment commands and how those work?
Yeah, just to back up a little bit about how this is modeled after Git. I was really enamored with how Git does subcommands and how you implement those subcommands. And it also gives you kind of a conceptual framework for doing migrations here. So once you learn this, and you just get kind of the same steps and the same, it kind of encodes or enshrines the workflow. And one of the first steps is to create the environment, which is what references, what database you're dealing with, and your where the data is actually located on the file system, you can bundle all that up. And so if you're jumping back and forth between migrations, this helps you keep things straight without, cross-contaminating anything. So that's the environment subcommand that handles that. Init, it actually writes things into the database once you have it configured which one you're talking to. It creates a tracking table that gets used by the quick and add commands, and a few other things that get added. Some convenience store procedures that are useful for migrations through the mapping step. MIG link, that's what associates a incoming source file with an existing production table, and if it doesn't already exist, it will do that whole create M borrowers, like borrowers type thing when you specify it here. So this makes those more useful staging tables for you, but it's optional. You don't have to associate a staging table with a production table. You want to take over on the other ones, Rogan?
Sure. Kmig status is very simple. And let me say, backing up, we're going to go into more detail on our upcoming slides about each of these. This is just to give you a quick overview for context. Kmig status just tells us what status the environment is in, and it's going to give us information. Quick sheet is extremely useful. It gives you a statistical overview of what's in a tabular data source. So you have these files, you want to get a quick overview of them, what kind of data is in each column, what kind of value ranges you have, things like that. And it's extremely useful. If you are working with a project manager or other people on your project who aren't technical, they don't know tools like awk and grep, they aren't database people, but they really want to look at an overview of the data, Kmig Quick Sheet is just extremely valuable because it'll give you that to give to them without you having to spend hours and hours manually summarizing it yourself. Bibstats is exactly what it sounds like. You pass it a file of mark and it gives you a quick overview of it, of some major information that lets you make some initial decisions going in. Reporter, again, it's a lot of what it sounds like. I'll talk more about this when we get to it, but there is a default file of reports with it that are useful and again take advantage of our conventions, but you can also give it any arbitrary XML file of reports. And then kmig import and export, which I collectively tend to refer to as kmig sync. These are used for exporting from a Koha installation a series of XML files that give information about a bunch of stuff in the database, from system preferences to circulation rules and a whole bunch of other stuff, and then allow you to import them into another Koha installation. And we use these heavily with test and production systems. So when we bring a library in, we will take an initial extract of their data, set them up on a test system after we've scripted the load. They're going to work on that a lot. And then instead of making them manually recreate every little thing on production that they did on test, we'll often do an export of one or more options from this tool. We'll talk more about those options when we get there, and then just import them into the production system for them. So easy peasy. So first we're going to talk about creating the environment a little bit. This is for our migration of innsmouth public library. When we create the environment, it's going to, under our home folder in a little hidden folder called .kmig, create an env file. And in that env file will be the information to create this information that you'll see in the environment. And a lot of it's going to be pretty obvious kind of stuff. What is your MySQL database? What is your MySQL user, your password, your host, all that kind of stuff. By default, it will look to create it for your local host, but it will give you some prompts when you run it and ask you for some parameters. And if you, for example, give it the parameter of a Koha installation that exists on your system, one where you have the Koha conf XML file for it under Koha sites and all that, it can pull a lot of this information automatically for you from that file and populate it for you. And we have a few conventions that are, again, defaults in kmig, such as our convention of using a git migration work folder and a data folder. Data is where we tend to toss the raw data files. Git migration work, we use shared Git repository that's internal to us for our scripts and things like that. But you can change these. You don't have to use them. Anything you want to add on?
The reason why we need the MySQL information is because kmig is written in Perl and it uses Perl DBI and it does things directly to the database. So we're not always working through, SQL scripts and things like that. We actually have programmatic functionality.
Environment use is obvious. After you've created your environment, you want to actually use it. And these are going to be the system environment variables that it creates. Some of these are used by kmig directly. Actually, all of them are used by kmig in one way or another. And you see down there a shell process ID. That's because it's going to, of course, create a shell for you to do this in.
So with the MIG environment, there's one thing that we do on the Evergreen side that we couldn't propagate on the Koha side. And that's, you're using Koha instance names here, and that's where you do your migration. But on the Postgres side, you're actually going to specify a migration schema. And you can have more than one migration schema for the same migration if you want to partition things a bit more. So there may be some warts with this that kind of remember that legacy, and especially when it comes to terms like database and schema, where they might be slightly different concepts on the MySQL side. Meganet, there's actually a directory called SQL init where you can put tables that get invoked when you call Meganet. So this is spelling out the tracking column we use, and some other things that were a bit more experimental but are still there. Base staging tables, which MIG-link can biblicate on the fly, but we go ahead and pre-create the more common ones here. And then we have utility functions, store procedures that are useful for manipulating mark and strings and things you might find in legacy data. And you only call that once. MIG quick is a wrapper around MIG add, and there's another MIG tool called iconv, which we don't actually use that much. That's kind of legacy. MIG clean, we actually probably should have created a slide for MIG clean. MIG clean is a wrapper around the clean CSV tool in the migration tools repository. And clean CSV will actually parse the CSV file, and if it finds errors, if it can't parse something, it actually brings up an exception for you to handle there on the fly. And then once you handle it, it remembers how you handled it. And furthermore, it can actually apply that fix based on matching patterns to other rows that remain in that file. So it's a very useful tool. But yeah, make quick just makes it more quick.
Yeah, and one of the things to say about the CSV clean that is extremely useful, even if you don't learn some of the advanced functionality, is by giving it a file of headers, it will know how many columns should be, and it will check each row for that number of columns, and if it can parse the rows correctly. So extremely useful.
Yeah, so you can specify the header separately in its own file, or it can just read the first line in the file and assume those are the headers, and you can specify how that works. And there are other config options for telling clean CSV what the delimiters are and the escape characters and that sort of thing.
MIG link, I mentioned earlier, making it super easy to say that an incoming file would be associated with a table in the database. This is what does that. So let's say you have a M items table. You have an M items table because you're going to be putting items in the database. Simple enough, right? And then you have an items TSV from your legacy system that you're bringing over from whatever vendor, it doesn't matter. And you want to bring that into a whole bunch of L columns. And maybe, let's say this is a very robust system and it's got 60 columns. That's really tedious to do it all by hand. But with MIG link, you can tell MIG, hey, this file is supposed to be associated with this table. So what MIG is going to do is go through that list of headers, whether they're in a separate file or on the first row. It is going to remove spaces, put an L in front of them, and use those as definitions to add on to the M items table. And when it creates the SQL file for staging, it knows to load the columns from items.tsv into those L underscore columns in M items. So it just takes care of all that for you. Super easy. And you can see the MIG convert command there where you follow up from MIG link and you actually create that SQL file. Anything additional there, Jason?
Yeah, everything you said happens, but most of the work is actually done by MIG convert. And MIG link is just very simple. It just records a reference, the association in the tracking table.
Yeah, and we probably should have made MIG convert a separate slide here, but because you can use MIG convert directly, and by doing that, it'll just get loaded into its own table that you specify. Say items underscore TSV underscore from someone. I'm not very good at making, clever table names. But you do see down here from the output of MIG convert, the writing m underscore items.stage.sql. That is the actual SQL file that's created for staging. And you don't even have to do that manually. MIG can stage that for you and run that SQL directly into the database for you. So you can take literally a collection of files. Once you make sure they're clean with the CSV clean tools and that they're actually good for staging, just a couple of commands will get them all in there for you in a format with good conventions that are very sanitary for doing good data work. And that brings us down to MIG Quick Sheet, which is kind of the oddball in this process because it's not really about staging data, it's about analyzing data. But these tools are about data work in general and everything you need for a project. And this is an example of taking a file, this items.tsv, and creating an items.tsv.mapping.xls, because Jason and I both like really robust names that tell you every single thing that went into making this file. And it will go through and analyze these columns to give you useful data afterwards, such as here's the legacy column. Here's how many rows actually have data in them from that file. So in this case, there were 19,981 rows. Every single one of them has a line number. What the minimum value in it is, what max value is. We didn't have room for all of that here, so we put some ellipses on the end. But imagine a whole bunch more columns with data about what's in there. And here's a little bit more information that will be in another part of that XLS file, that Excel spreadsheet that's created, and examples of legacy values that are in there. So here you can see that in this column that's being analyzed, you can see that 2 of them say book club, 29 say in repair, 8 say to be withdrawn. So again, stuff that allows you quick analysis without having to manually write each query.
And like Rogan said, it's great for analysis, but it's also great for seeding a mapping document that can be used by the libraries for mapping their data.
Next up is kmig reporter. One of the common needs that we have as we do things is reports on data. And people not only want reports, but they actually want them to be pretty and things like that. So that's where kmig reporter came from. We also want to be able to store reports in something that's friendly to use in Git. What kmig reporter does is you pass it a title. There are some optional ones you can pass as well. You can give it the name of data analyst. If not, it'll just say data analyst. You can pass it some external files to use an introductory section and things like that. And then it will go to a stock collection of reports that are in a Koha XML file, run through those, and give you output. And that output is going to look a little bit like this. It is an ASCII doc file. For those not familiar with ASCII doc, it's kind of like Markdown. It is a formatting language. It happens to be used in the Evergreen community for documentation, so that was the purpose behind choosing it. If that hadn't been the case and it wasn't historical, I probably would have done it in Markdown, to be honest. But it gives you an ASCII file for your reports. That's very easy to throw into Git. There's also plenty of tools out there that'll convert this into nice HTML or PDF for people. There are also the capability for this to support non-stock XML report files. So if you have a custom data reporting need, you can write a new set of reports and put them in an XML file. And when you run kmig reporter, just point it at that and run those custom reports. You don't have to do the stock ones. You don't have to change the stock file. You can point it at some totally different collection. Next up is bibstats. As I said before, this is just a sort of oddball collection of information when looking at a MARC file. So a very standard way for me to start a data project is to get a MARC file from somewhere and people to say, hey, this is supposed to have this number of bibs in it, and it's from this source, and here's what we know about it. And my starting position is to trust but verify. So I'll run it through this and have it say how many bibs are really in it. What does the 09 in the leader say? Does it at least think it's Unicode? Well, of course, it'll depend on whether the source system actually enforced that or not. More often than not, the statement in the 09 is more of a hopeful declaration than a definitive definition. What does the leader say it is? Obviously, that's not a full breakdown. You really need this 007 and 8 for more information, but it's enough to give you a quick idea of what's in there. What are in some of the, does it have 245 zeros? Does it have 100 zeros? Because I'm checking to see if there are authorities. Are there 856s that might be indicative of overdrive and things like that? And then a little bit of quick and dirty holdings analysis. This does not definitively say what the holdings are, but I look for holdings that have certain formats. Might it be TLC holdings, Symphony, Koha? If so, how many unique values do I have where the barcodes should be? This helps give me some information. So in this example, Koha and Symphony, both seem like decent chances. TLC, probably not. Only one unique barcode among 371 holdings. That's probably that tag is there for some other purpose.
Yeah, can help you identify cruft. So MARC records tend to go through a lot of sources.
And then I mentioned before kmig export and import. This is an example of me running kmig export. And here you see some of the stuff that it's sending out. And I probably should have a more sophisticated term here than stuff. But authorized values, booksellers, budgets, borrower attributes, calendar, circ rules, item types. I didn't put it all here. There's some more at the bottom. But what it's exporting is not just a dump of those tables. It's actually a little bit more involved than that and sensitive to what the data is. So for example, some of these tables have a sequence that is actually used. And if you're going to pull those tables into another system, you need to make sure before you truncate data out of that previous system that it's going to obey the new sequence rules. So that information is in there. Also, for some of these, they have to pull in data from multiple tables. So these are artisanally crafted data sets, if you will. And then we have kmig import. And kmig import is simply taking everything that kmig export does and following those same rules to bring it in. So if it has to reset a sequence, it does that. If a table needs to be loaded before another table as a prerequisite for that data set, it does that. All those sorts of things. So it is sensitive to schema changes, and all of that brings us to why do we use it? Big picture wise, I mean, it's nice to be lazy. That's a virtue of programming, according to Larry Wall. You want to not take unnecessary effort. But there are actually a lot of advantages beyond automation to why we use the kmig toolset. And some of those benefits include easier iterative testing and less churn. We don't want constant change on database tables that's not needed. But at the same time, we want to be able to change data frequently. We also want easy migration peer review and follow-up. And we need to be tolerant of schema changes. And we want to be able to reuse code. And it allows that. For the same reasons, it makes it easy to do peer review and that kind of stuff. You have any additional thoughts on this, Jason?
Yeah, there's a bit of the Unix philosophy here where we want small tools that do one thing well. We just happen to put them all under the MIG umbrella. Yeah, and the other thing is we didn't want a program that tried to do everything with just the press of a button. So all these tools, they produce artifacts, and all those artifacts are text, and they're easy to go into Git repositories or to diff and manipulate. You can interject yourself between these workflow milestones.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the ETL and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we call these data migrations, but other industries, they use the word ETL a lot. ETL has some different connotations to it. It stands for extract, transform, and load. And often that's more for things that recur a lot. So it's like entire pipelines where you're constantly moving from one data source to another. Migrations are like that, but you'll find even, say, the same version of a legacy software system, that libraries will use that system differently, and they will open those fields and try to work around limitations in the system. So though we do get code reuse, there's almost never goes without some editing needed, some tweaks. And yeah, we have tools for extracting data from these systems, tools for munging it. And these are useful for Koha and Evergreen context. And the ones we like, some of the other ones we kind of wrap in MIG. But these are here, especially on the extract side of things.
Yeah. And that kind of brings us up to stored procedures. You just mentioned those a second ago. This is also the point where I say that I wish we had schemas and MariaDB, because I would love to have these sort of isolated away in their own migration namespace. But we don't have that. So our sort of compromise is doing the same thing that we do with tables, and we put an M underscore in front, so that while it's not terribly likely, if somebody else creates an upsert data field function, we're not conflicting with names. And we create these and load these through MIG init, like a lot of other stuff. And these are a combination of utility and just quality of life things. On the utility side, you have things like update leader, update 003, upsert data field. These are manipulating bits of the mark and are just handy things to have around for manipulation. Sure, you could do these in other ways, but it's just nice. Then you get to things like M split string, M string segment count. These are just wrappers around more complex callings of things like substring and substring position. You certainly don't have to use these. They're not reinventing the world, but they're awfully convenient and make your code way more readable when you're doing a ton of string manipulations on legacy data. Why have this big convoluted nested strings of substring and substring position calls in order to pull out the middle name from a text field when you can just split it easily with the function? After that, I wanted to say kmig is not a static thing. We're constantly using it. I'm constantly looking for more things to add to the reporter and bibstats, for example. Some things are fairly static and have been around a long time, but still, even with those, they receive occasional tweaks and changes. So this is a tool set that's constantly in use and constantly receiving updates. And I welcome people to contribute to it. We make it available to the larger community because we want our work to be useful to other people, but we're also perfectly willing to take advantage of your labor.
So there are other tool sets out there. We started this with Evergreen, so this was a natural evolution of the Evergreen tool chain for doing migrations. We're not above cribbing from these other tools when needed, especially for extracting data from legacy systems. But a lot of times they are following a different philosophy and aren't using staging tables like we are. So they're there, and we're not trying to denigrate them or suffer from not invented here syndrome. But
so at this point, I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to get a hold of us if they want. If you have any questions, if you have feedback, thoughts, anything you want, here's our email addresses: jason@equinoxinitiative.org and myself, rhamby@equinoxinitiative.org. We'll be glad to chat with you. You have any parting words, Jason, before we sign off?
no.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for joining us for Koha MIG.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was really interesting. I haven't done a lot with migrations, but I learned a lot about migrations. Oh, I have to mute the stream. Okay, so we did get a question in the chat about Mark Edit. I'm using Mark Edit. Does your tool do something different more than offer this GUI, or is it just faster batch operations, doing import at mass?
Right. MIG doesn't manipulate the mark file itself. You would use something else for that. So mark edit can be complementary to MIG during a data project, but it wouldn't take the place of it. In my case, I don't usually use mark edit. I usually write Perl scripts to do whatever mark manipulation I need. But mark edit's a great tool, and I keep it around often as a sanity check, especially when there's something odd in the bib records and I want to see if I get the same output from a second process.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for our presenters in the chat? There's a little bit of a delay from us to the stream, so I will give people a chance.
And then I know somebody in the chat commented that they didn't realize a small error in the mark file could cause major problems with loading. That is absolutely true.
Yeah, you're getting lots of applause and great presentations in the chat. Owen said, thanks, Rogan and Jason. And more applause.
Well, if people have questions they think of later, they're welcome to email us.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with our next presentation at the top of the hour. Oh, Dwight asked, how do I find all the records stuck in staging?
How do you find the records stuck in staging? You can look in the database and check against what is actually loaded in the biblio tables. As for why they are stuck in staging, that's going to be you playing Sherlock Holmes, I'm afraid. But one thing you can always do is take get an output of the files and run them through XML lint just to make sure they're valid XML first. And if you're comfortable with Perl, and I think there's a Koha plugin for this as well, you can check them for mark validity. And there's a number of tools out there. We don't have time for all that right now. But, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And everyone will be back at the top of the hour with our next presentation. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Before we get started with our next presentation, I just wanted to let everyone know that we do have all the slides and video recordings linked up on our website on the conference page from yesterday, so you can go ahead and check those out. For our next presentation, we have Kelly and Jesse from Bywater Solutions doing training teamwork. We have your back.
We ready to go?
Ready to go.
Good. Okay, as Lizette, welcome. We thought we would just tell you a little bit about ourselves before we get into this. If you have not seen our Monday Minutes, please, once you get done, sign up to get our Monday Minutes directly to your email on Monday. My name is Kelly McElligott. As Lizette said, I'm an educator with Bywater Solutions, specifically to Koha. And I've been with Bywater for a few years now and a Koha user for 8 years.
And my name is Jessie Zarrow, and I'm the Marketing and Outreach Coordinator here at Bywater Solutions. I've been using Koha for about 5 years now.
And I should just say, Jessie taught me everything I know.
And we have a bomber here in our picture. If y'all know him as Kid Clamp in IRC or Slack, that's Nick. This was a fun trip we took up to Nick's house, and he made us a fancy dinner this day. So just a little tidbit.
Yeah.
So today we're going to talk to you about training. So whether you're doing training for your Koha users or your library patrons, we wanted to share a few of our tips with you. We train various levels of Koha users, all with different learning styles. And we looked at stats and kind of, to see who was watching our videos and how long those videos were being watched for. And for our statistics, we saw that about 3 to 5 minutes was like really our sweet spot. Depending on what the topic was, some were a little bit longer, but about that 3 to 5 minutes was the sweet spot. So we thought we could, keep our videos short, break down one Koha tidbit in a few minutes, and then we started doing them. And, we decided to brand it and kind of have it go on a weekly basis. So what Kelly and I are going to talk to you today about is how to get something like that up and running so you can train your staff.
Yeah, and if you really want to see Jessie and Kelly way back in 2017, we did some videos just kind of with each other and broke it down with just key Koha features that we wanted to talk about. When partners asked us questions, we really wanted to dig into something new. So we built a kind of a rapport in the beginning to say this works well. So teamwork.
All right, so here's some of our tips. Our first one is make it short. We can't stress this one enough. We found that the shorter the videos, the longer the attention we have grabbed of our audience. And for those of you who may already be producing videos or using videos for training, check out your statistics. We use YouTube, and YouTube keeps great statistics, but also Vimeo does as well. So if you use Vimeo for hosting yours, take a look at that information. Our max is we try to keep it less than 10 minutes because that, really grabs the attention of your user.
And we found that we're able to do quality subjects in that time frame if we really nail down the details that are the most important without digging really too deep, but able to show them in different levels, workflow, by different types of library, by really getting it down to that time frame.
And making that subject talk, you want to grab the attention of your user right away, making sure that you're clear about what's in it.
Yeah, we've is this what I'm supposed to say? We had a script and we stuck to the script for a while. We had a script and we alternated, and then we didn't remember who was doing what. And then we found a rhythm where it was really great that I started and Jessie would give that subject kind of byline, for it to say, this is what we'll be talking about in this video.
another tip is like really make it dynamic. And there's so many ways you can do this, whether you use something that's animated, live action, or even a screencast. And that's what we currently do for ours. We use a screencast so we can kind of show live how to do something within Koha. But there's free tools out there that allow you to animate or do live, presentations on the go.
And I think it really kind of gives you some sort of characteristics, identify yourself to your viewers by sharing a little bit, like our Bitmojis or our music. It's just a way to identify a little bit about ourselves through our videos.
Yeah, when you first get started, one of the main things you really want to do is tell the user exactly what they're going to get out of this training. So whether it's a video or you're in person, whatever you're doing, tell them right away. As Kelly mentioned previously, we started introducing ourselves, telling our users right away. So we use the same thing every week. Hi, my name is Kelly. My name is Jessie. And in this week's Monday Minutes, we are going to tell you XYZ. And we found that really helps. Even our colleagues will tell us right away. They watch those first 5 seconds to see what we're teaching, to see if they're going to go on and watch it.
However, we have told them now, please continue to watch, because that ruins our stats if you choose to stop watching it, because you already know what we're going to talk about in those 5 minutes. So. Perfect. Oh.
All right. So the story, think outside the box. We started doing these just by ourselves, and then we extended to include our colleagues. And you'll see in a couple minutes, we're going to bring Lucas on here to talk with us. And then even our partners, and a huge shout out to Lizette. She was one of our members on Monday Minutes. She's our current Koha-US president. And then also Mary Beth, who is a librarian at Central Kansas library system. So just a great way to really include others in there that can bring expertise.
Yep, absolutely. And then we also kind of went past just using Koha to involve more community things. So we thought, why not show more about how to get involved in the community itself, as Koha is all about giving back. So believe it or not, one of our highest viewed Monday Minutes is how to sign off on a bug, I believe, with like 2,000 views. And I think that we would have never thought in the beginning that we would be talking more about community, but as we expanded and realized that people were interested in this, that it was really helpful.
And showing people step-by-step instructions is super helpful. Don't assume that they might already know something. Really take them from the start to finish to make sure people are comfortable. Remember, there's all types of learning styles out there. So one of the things we always do is we do a video, and then we also do a blog post to follow up with those step-by-step instructions. That way, if somebody's a visual learner, they can watch the video, but if somebody prefers written instructions, they can also follow those as well.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit of both. I think I'm a visual learner mostly, but it's great to have those step-by-step instructions also to fall back on.
Another key tip we wanted to talk about is if you're making a series, it's really crucial to make sure you use descriptive titles. So if somebody's following you from week to week, make sure you give a descriptive title about what that presentation will be about. Because once you start getting a following, if you're doing, let's say, something that pertains to the cataloging module or whatever it may be, and somebody doesn't catalog, they know they can skip that week and not have to watch. Maybe they want to just to learn more, but keeping those descriptive titles in there allows your user to decide what they want to, watch or learn about.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a WYSIWYG that will allow you to go in and make some customizations, whether you want to indent something, center it, bold it, italicize, and then add it in. So Kelly, why don't we open up one that we've created in the system? We'll go to your virtual story times here and talk to us a little bit about what you set up.
Let's just pause on WYSIWYG. I mean, what kind of word is this? But I know what it means, but I'm just saying, it's just a word that's so random, and that means what you see is what you get.
So we wanted to use this one as another like helpful tip. So we call this one the explanation. We all the time get stuck using library lingo. And at times we work so hard to translate things from like developer talk to library talk. And then sometimes we use that library lingo or developer talk ourselves, and we have to be conscious about reminding our users what that actually is. So be careful of library lingo.
Absolutely. I think it's important to remember it may mean so much to us because we hear it all the time, but WYSIWYG, I mean, really, that's not a word that you hear even in the library, I don't even think. So it's important to break it down as granular as you can in areas that may be unknown.
Whether you're talking about like reserves or holds or whatever it may be, make it clear to your patrons or to your users or to your students, what you're actually getting at.
Yeah. We could break this down into like tools. I'm always confused with which one is a Phillips and which one's the flathead. So it's really like, to be more visual, like the star one would be easier for me than just to know it's the Phillips. That gets me confused every time.
Yeah. Okay, so the process. Once you feel comfortable and you're working with one of your team members and you get things up, now you get down to the process. So if you're creating video content to share with your users, you want to think about a few things. Make sure you're using good video quality. There's a ton of free resources out there. Kelly and I use Zoom every week to do our recordings, and then we extract the video and the audio to create the weekly content. Sound, making sure you use a headset. Kelly, talk to us about what your son had told us.
And I'm not wearing a headset today, so I feel really bad, but it's good to have other people tell you what they're experiencing when they're viewing it. My son, my little guinea pig, he watched the Monday Minutes recently and just said, "Hey, your sound is not great, Mom. You might want to wear headphones." As you see, I'm not wearing them today, but that was a good indication to say, okay, I'm in a large room, so probably I need to focus my sound a little bit better than I have been. And that was a great opportunity to kind of step back and have somebody else look at it and say, this is good. So yeah, sound is important, and listening to it through Camtasia or our editing software may sound different than it did in YouTube also. So it was good to hear it in different places.
Absolutely. And editing's going to happen. We make mistakes all the time. Even, when we prep and prepare for things, it still happens. So, use editing tools. We use a software called Camtasia, but again, there's free software out there that you can use. And in our presentation, which will be shared with the koha-US community, we did do something a few months ago. Kelly and I did something together called How to Create Video Content. And if you link out to this will talk about those free resources that are available for video, sound options, editing, and things like that, how to brand your content, just to make it easy for you if you decide to go down and create that video content for your library.
And if anyone does this from our presentation, I'd love for you all to share it because I'm really excited, whether you do something from that presentation or this one.
Okay. Make sure you feel comfortable. Do a couple practice run-throughs. Practice what you're going to talk about. And you'll see we're going to do one live here after our presentation, and Kelly and I got together with Lucas yesterday and we did a dry run through. Make sure you're comfortable, have examples ready, actually go through what you're going to show, because we have so many times gone through and got something that we didn't expect and then had to troubleshoot. So, practice what you're going to do first.
I would say, especially, we've been doing this for a while, so I think we have a good way to know what the other is going to fill in. When you have a guest, and if that's something that you're definitely wanting to do, that is more practice than you would normally do on a weekly basis, or in our world, a weekly basis, because you want them to feel comfortable and you want to make sure that they're able to say what their expertise, that's why we're bringing them to the table, is their expertise, and we want to have them be able to say all the information, and we're there to lead. So it's really important to practice a run through. And to Jesse and I have recorded an entire episode multiple times, and we have left the office and then come back the next day and said, hey, let's run that through again. That wasn't good. Whether we went down a wrong rabbit hole, we said too much, we've tried to get too much in that 7 to 10 minute time frame, and we thought this is either confusing, this is too rushed. And that's great too, to have kind of that edit and say, you know what, and either we've done it both, each other, to say, we got to do that again. Let's do that again and do it better and focus. So
that's really good advice. Like, especially if you're talking about a topic that may be confusing. Like, I remember we talked about lost statuses, and that was one of them that we re-recorded, because there's so many moving pieces, and you want to make sure that you're thorough and you're covering exactly every piece of it, so you don't cause more confusion for your viewers.
Absolutely.
Lucas's life, what did I get myself into?
Again, we'll say this a lot. You're going to make mistakes. And poor Lucas, here we are, roping him in again into another one of our Monday minutes. This was a good example of one where we did do multiple recordings. So it's okay. You'll make mistakes. Just go back and do it again, and you'll have a lot of laughing.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to just get together and build teamwork through this process, and really build relationships through the video, through talking to other individuals and their expertise. So it's good to have a laugh.
And it's good to work with your team.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, keep a backup. Everyone knows this, right? We keep backups of everything. But to make your life easier, create an image that you're using from, week to week, or how often you're doing these presentations or trainings. And also do audio backups. If you're using any type of like sound that you use from week to week to brand your content, make sure you keep a backup of each of those. Kelly and I have, over the sequence of our Monday minutes, we have created like a short clip for our intro and closing music, as well as our branded image. So it's an easy way for us to drag and drop those in when we're editing each week, so we don't have to create those from scratch. So this is just a great way. Everyone knows to keep up backups, but try and make things easier for your workflow when you're creating these.
And also, a lot of the software now that we're seeing, Camtasia and Canva, have the ability to store these images for you for future use. So you can use their software. I have a folder on my desktop. We have Dropbox. I'm not sure what we're waiting for, if anything horrible is going to happen, but we definitely have that in various places. And a backup's really useful when you're looking for bloopers. And we did find lots of those in our backups. So
absolutely. Kelly and I wanted to share this quote with you. A simple and to the point is always the best way to get your point across. And again, we mentioned this a couple of times already, but keeping things short really, again, grabs the attention of your user, and you want to make sure that they stay till the end and watch that entire process. So we can't say this enough, try and keep concise and short if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really important to just understand what point, just one point. That's all we're trying to do, is push one point across, one system preference, and nail that down so people can get it. And we know time is valuable. I mean, how many people have walked away from the office and said, wow, I didn't get as much as I had done. And we don't want to waste anybody's time, but we want to make that time that they're using valuable.
All right, so we have a few last tips that we want to share with you. The first one is make them laugh. You want people to come back and keep watching it, and you'll know, working with teammates, sometimes it just comes naturally. Like, we get in giggle fits sometimes, and you'll see those. A sneak peek for some of you, Kelly does have a blooper reel of all the crazy times we had to do outtakes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We also chose to have some sort of, thumbnail that makes us recognizable. We have thumbnail as number 2, but also music. So my kids hear it when I'm editing it. They'll hear the music and know that I'm editing Monday Minutes. Or you'll see that on a social media site and know that that's Monday Minutes with Kelly and Jesse. So just to have that, it took us a long time to figure out what our kind of look was going to be, what we were going to portray in this thumbnail, but I think we nailed it. I don't know. We should give ourselves a gold star.
Share it on social media. You're going to attract people who might not be coming into the library, and this will give you a great way to kind of push that information out. So if you are creating videos for your patrons or your students or your users, make sure you share it on social media. You never know who they're going to share it with, and where it'll stumble upon. So if you have social media with your library, this is a great way to get that content out.
And then as an e-learning opportunity, Koha has amazing resources. The Koha Wiki, the manual. Bywater's created lots of tutorial videos, so we're not trying to replace anything. We're just giving another opportunity for a user to learn. And I think having it come to your email once a week is a good way to say, hey, do you want to learn about this new subject? You're not really digging around looking for it, but it's coming to you and you're like, oh, this would be great. So just another way to get learning incorporated in your day-to-day life. Sometimes we don't feel like we have the time, but again, it's great to have that opportunity.
If you're pushing it through places like, YouTube, people can subscribe to your channel and then they automatically get that update. Also, ask for input from staff and patrons. This is great. Staff know what other patrons are asking you, or students, or even have an area where your patrons can send in suggestions. Kelly and I get suggestions all the time. People ask in tickets, hey, can you talk about this in your next Monday Minutes? And we really look for that because we want to share as much information with our viewers out there as possible. So ask for input, have people share information with you.
And what's relevant to you maybe not something that we know is relevant to you. So, having that opportunity to say, this is something we're dealing with, or we have a question about, given all that's going on in the world, trying to accommodate the world right now. We put something on our website that they could fill out a form and say that was a suggestion. So we gave them that opportunity. And of course, our email and tickets. Yeah.
All right, so we hope that some of these tips will help you, feel confident and getting some of this training out for your users, whether it's your staff or your patrons. Remember, stay positive, have fun, and that audience will come. It's a great way to kind of, build those relationships, as Kelly has mentioned, and also share information with your users.
Yeah, definitely. Jump right in. It's worth it.
All right, so now we are going to actually record a Monday Minute live. So we're going to show you just some of the things that we do to get ready and prepare. And we've asked Lucas, who's one of our colleagues at Bywater Solutions, to join us, and he'll be coming in for this week's Monday Minutes with us.
We'll try to not to make too many mistakes, but if we do, then when you see the finished product in a few weeks, then you'll know how we edited those. So let me start sharing my screen. Is Lucas ready? Let's see.
I am.
All right.
Okay. Any questions, Lucas, before we jump in, or are you ready? You feel good?
I feel good. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. And as we said before, we did do a little prep. We are doing this live, but we did do a little prep. We met with Lucas yesterday and talked to him, as he would be an expert in this new feature or new change in 2005. Okay. Welcome to this week's Monday Minutes. My name is Kelly.
And my name is Jessie, and this week we're going to talk about a new option in 2005. We have a wonderful guest with us this week. Hi, Lucas.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, Jessie.
Hi. So this week we are going to show you in 2005, the system preference OPAC main user block will be moving into the tools module. So Lucas is joining us today to show us a little bit about that change.
Now, Lucas, we've seen this happen in the last release. We had OPAC nav right move from a system preference over to the tools news feature. What are some of the advantages of Koha doing this?
So I would say the main advantage to moving these to the news feature is going to be translatability. So we're going to be able to define different sections with different languages in Koha and show them independently. We'll be able to do the same thing too with branches. So if you're a library with multiple branches and you want a different OPAC main user block for each branch, you'll be able to do that. So
perfect. So let's pop over to the tools. So as we said, we're actually losing out on two system preference. They're moving over to the tools news section, and that's under that additional tools.
And we did do a previous Monday Minutes on this, which we'll link to in our blog post, where we talk about some of those features moving, the OPAC nav. So you'll have a little bit of a heads up.
Yeah. So let's walk a little bit through this, Lucas. If I were a library that had information such as HTML in either one of these system preferences, what should I anticipate happening?
So if you previously had information in these system preferences, when you move to 2005, what's going to happen is we're going to update your database. We're going to take whatever information it was in those preferences and move it to its new spot, which will be the news tool. Also, we are leaving CSS selectors as they are. So there's a CSS selector OPAC main user block. That will remain. So if you have CSS particular to that system preference, it's going to move over. So everything should be very seamless, and all of your display should look exactly the same.
Perfect. So this is one of those areas. Actually, these two are both news features that were a system preference and were updated to this news feature. So I can see the location. This used to be in that OPAC main user block system preference, and now the location is identified as that main user block as well. So if I edit that real quick, I can see that that display location is really where you're going to identify where you're creating news from going 20.05 further.
Now you'll see there's after like OPAC news or OPAC nav right, you'll see EN. If you have multiple languages installed on your instance, you'll also see multiple options for that, so you can make them available in English or Spanish or French.
Perfect. Perfect. And do you find any advantages, Lucas, to using this text editor over using the OPAC system preferences?
I think this can be a matter of personal preference and how comfortable you may or may not be with HTML. So this WYSIWYG editor is great if you don't know or are uncomfortable with HTML, as what you see is what you get. So
as we learned in our last blooper.
But I think Lucas was on that one too.
I think he probably was. So now moving forward, once all that information is transferred over and you've been upgraded to 2005, then you know where you're going to go to change or to make any new OPAC headers or make any new OPAC main user block features is you're going to go over to the news feature and either use that WYSIWYG, or you could do it through HTML, which you have that ability through this little HTML, the little alligator button, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, this is really exciting. I think that this is a great advantage. It's good for libraries to know that they're losing two system preferences. And what I would suggest as you move forward to 2005 is just check out your OPAC after the upgrade to make sure everything went through. And of course, if you have any questions or concerns or anything changed, feel free, and you're a partner, reach out to us, and we'll be happy to help.
Thank you, Lucas, for joining us this week for Monday Minutes.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Lucas, so much. Have a great week.
Have a great week. Okay, and that is usually the place where we pause and end our recording and tie things up. And then we usually download it, and then Kelly and I kind of meet back and talk a little bit. Each week we divvy things up. So again, teamwork. One week Kelly will edit the video. The next week I'll edit the video, and then we switch back and forth with the blog post as well. And again, just to show you about amazing teamwork, if one of us is training one week, we'll both take on the job. So it's really nice, again, working as part of a team. That way you can jump right in with your colleagues and, be able to split it up.
And I think also doing something solo is sometimes not as, I don't know what the word is, but like there's so much motivation if you're doing it with somebody else. They will drive it when you feel like, oh, maybe not this week. We've had Monday holidays where we're like, wouldn't it be great? But we've continued to go through because we know that we're working together, and we have a mission to educate Koha users as much as we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if we can help you get started, or you have any questions for us, we put some of our information here up on the screen. You can watch our Monday Minute videos. If you go to koha.bywatersolutions.com, you'll be able to see that information. If you're interested in signing up to get those Monday Minutes every week, you can sign up right on our website. There's a section that says join our newsletter, and that can go out to anyone in the Koha community. And we share that information with everyone in the Koha community.
I can say that Jesse's mom was watching Monday Minutes way before my mom was watching Monday Minutes, but I did send my parents the curbside plug-in one because I was so happy it was more relevant to lots of people to show what libraries were doing. But it's even your parents, if you want to share it with anybody who will watch your videos, or, that you want to watch your videos.
Absolutely. We'd like to just open it up. If you have questions about us, if you're thinking about getting started to produce content or do training at your library, whether it's for staff or for patrons, whatever it may be, we'd be happy to answer those questions, or shoot around some ideas. We wanted to make sure we left plenty of time at the end to answer those questions for you.
And we did get a few questions already in the chat.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, there were a few questions about if we'll ever be able to see a blooper reel, which it sounds like that's coming. Heather suggested that earlier on in the presentation, and then Ed said, "Oh, I hope so. Monday Minutes blooper reel, please." And then there was much excitement in the chat when you announced it.
Koha Con 2020, we have another presentation, and there is a very long blooper reel of lots of errors. So stay tuned. Maybe I'll put more.
You'll have to watch that one too, because it's different than this one. So
there were also lots of great comments about Monday Minutes in general. People who were like, these are great. Dwight Walker said, I learned about Koha via Monday Minutes in early days.
That's awesome.
Of using Koha, very easy to understand for a newcomer. George said all those views are probably him watching the same video 1,400 times, trying to remember all the steps. Coulter Library asked, do you use an app for reading your scripts?
Oh, no. So in the beginning, in the beginning, we were a lot more structured. When we were kind of getting used to how we were doing things together, we would definitely write them out. We would use just a Google Doc and we'd throw ideas in there and kind of just go through it one by one. And I'll say where we did struggle in the beginning was remembering from week to week whose turn it was to decide and talk first, until we were finally like, Kelly does the initial introduction and then I talk about what people are going to learn. So once we kind of figured that out, it was like, things went a lot smoother for us. But we use just a Google Doc, in Google Drive to kind of keep that script and what we were going to talk about. And Kelly, do you want to talk about what we do in Trello now?
Yep,
to keep track?
Yeah, so we have a Trello board. I believe that's a free kind of software or program or something on the computer that we put ideas as I've answered tickets, or Jesse's heard a question from a potential library where we'd like to expand on that. So we have a Trello board that we put all the ideas, and then we look at them and choose from week to week. And I also want to talk a little bit about the script. We've now got each other's, I think, facial cues on when one of y'all wants to talk over me talking. I can see where Jesse's going. And I think that just builds over time. It's just a matter of, we can see eye to eye to each other. We can see when we're maybe struggling or the other person has something to say before we move on. So.
Great. And Thomas asked for a link. I think that was when you were talking about signing up for the newsletter.
Yep. So I'll share our screen too, but if you go to bywatersolutions.com and you just scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a little link. It just says join the newsletter. If you just put your email address in there and hit subscribe, you'll get added to our email list.
Great. And then let's see, Dwight Walker asked, how do you come up with so many interesting topics? Do you write a lot of Koha?
We really depend on feedback from our staff. So as you know, Bywater Solutions provides support for we have about 2,500 libraries throughout the United States and worldwide. And we rely on feedback from like tickets that we get where people are asking questions where they may be confused about something, or when a new release is coming out, we will start like highlighting certain things that are going to change in the release, like to get people excited, or like, for example, this one where the system preference is completely moving, into a new module. We want to make sure that people are prepared for that.
Yeah, and I think that we hear a lot of questions, within the education team and during meetings. We'll talk about recent questions through tickets or when we're, training libraries, what area we would like more documentation or more ways to get the point across versus just the manual, and how we can dig a little deeper and share something with a user. So we used to have, I think Jessie started, she had a Google Doc of a lot of answers to questions. And now we have most of those, we have a video that we can share. So, and that has step-by-step. So we've really streamlined that process to be able to say, this is a really great topic. And a lot of people want to get more information about it.
I forgot to share one more thing on our website. So if you do have a suggestion for us, which we are always looking for suggestions, if you hit this contact button in the upper right-hand corner, there is where it says subject here I'd like to talk about, just hit this suggest tutorial video or blog post. And we monitor those as they come in. And if it's something that we can add to our educational videos, we will add those in. So please, send those in for us. We're always looking for good feedback.
Let's see. Tomas said, are you filming with two cameras but still in the same room, or just over stream?
We're just using our Zoom. So we'll fire up a Zoom session and it's just our cameras, and we'll have ourselves on the side. So not two cameras, just our basic laptop computers.
We're actually going to try something new. There's a new app out called and that's something on our list to try, a new option for presenting.
What's the app called?
Like M H.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I had just like missed it.
Nope.
Or if it was that. Okay.
I've played with it a little bit. There's going to take a little bit of using it a lot to get comfortable. I think we're really comfortable with Zoom and our editing software. Of course, change is always good. Switching it up a bit, having more functionality would be great. It's a potential. We just haven't gotten to it yet.
And then Ed asked in the chat, I admit that we're borrowing your videos for training our training of frontline staff. Do you have any plans to freshen up some of the older, very basic how-to videos?
Jesse, maybe you could share our koha.bywatersolutions.com. Yeah. We did some self-paced training tutorial videos. Jesse and I, as we were supposed to be somewhere together on site training a library, they asked for short tutorial videos. They are not Monday Minutes branded, but it is with both of us. But if there is any that you find that you're using and would like freshened up, please let us know. We do try to go back and unlist things that we have done newer ones of in our YouTube channel, but it's good to get other eyes on that.
Yeah. So if you come to koha.bywatersolutions.com, we revamped our education section based a lot on Jason's beautiful work that he did on koha-US, their website. And we wanted to give our users an easy way for them to explore Koha. So if you're a new Koha user, you can come here and go through kind of some pre-training options, but there's also self-paced learning. So we have the staff interface. So this would be for any new staff that you have, and this will go through a lot. We have a lot of short videos on here where you can kind of pick the module that you want to learn, and once you go in there, there'll be a breakdown, like almost like a little tutorial list where you can see some of those quick short videos on how to do things. We usually try to link you out to the Koha community manual. That way you can see that information as well. And then if we have any type of blog post or video that pertains to this, it will be in this short little section. So we tried to organize as much as we can in there, and Kelly and I are pretty diligent about keeping a spreadsheet of ones that we have to update as we go through and add those in. We also have, this was a Monday Minutes most recently, but there is, if you go to Self-Paced Learning OPAC, these are all tutorials for your patrons. So they're very focused at coming in and actually searching from the OPAC side of Koha. So they're more focused on like, how do I place a hold? You know, how do I create a list? How do I use the cart feature? And please feel free to use those videos and share them, you know, with your users.
Absolutely.
Ed said, thanks for reviewing that site and linking to the ones that most fit. Thanks for that site. And also when this is something I've come into a couple times. If you're like looking at an old blog post and there's a broken link, you can let someone at Bywater know that there's a broken link. Like one time I think it had linked to a blog post that you guys had archived because you'd done a newer one on the same topic, and the link hadn't been updated. And they're always happy to fix those links for you. So just let them know. Let's see. Tomas asked, if you have scripts, would it be possible to make them public, especially for those basic trainings for translations to other languages?
We've talked about doing closed captioning. So it would be, we haven't done a ton of research, but we'd like to look into the ability to add closed captionings to our videos so you can follow along. And probably once you have closed captions, you could export those out into a transcript itself. We got a bad rumor that Google Hangouts did closed captionings. It does while you're talking, but it does not record with the closed captionings. So if anyone knows of a open source software or, you know, a relatively very inexpensive, AKA free software that closed captionings, we are interested in expanding that. So we have the text at the bottom for users.
And your Monday Minutes videos usually have an accompanying blog post that has a lot of the information as well.
Yes, absolutely. We have both the blog post and the tutorial that we break it down for you.
And then Fred K. Nest, do you have to be a Bywater customer to access your videos?
Anyone, yep, anyone can access those videos. So if you come to our website, to the koha.bywatersolutions.com, you can access them. And then you can also access all of our videos on YouTube. So if you go to Bywater Solutions, we have them broken down by playlists. So you can go there as well.
Yep. So there's a Monday Minutes playlist available that you could, I don't know, can you subscribe to playlists specifically? I wonder. I have to look at that, but
I don't know.
Heather said, I've used YouTube's automatic captioning. It's not bad, just have to edit it after it's generated and before the video is published. Can then download it to have a transcript too.
oh, so YouTube can do it for you? Oh, perfect.
Okay, great. We'll have to look into that.
And I would guess that there are some words like koha that it might not translate well, that it might not caption well. So definitely going back in and fixing that. Although it's a Google product, so its algorithm might eventually learn if you go in and correct it all the time.
Exactly. We have a nice Monday Minute tutorial video on how to say the word koha accurately, and mana and heya, that we had one of our Liz with us for that, who worked in New Zealand and can speak it way better than we can.
Heather said some of YouTube's miscaptions are pretty funny.
Yeah, we're going to have to check out the automatic captioning. Thank you, Heather.
Yep.
Let's see. Does anyone else have any questions or comments to share with these wonderful presenters?
Well, thank you so much for having us. We love being part of the Koha community. We always want to help. And if there's things that you want to see that we can do, please share those with us.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you so much for watching.
And thanks so much for coming. Fred also said, you definitely need to edit before publishing the captions. Trust me. So I feel like there's a story there for you to tell us one day, Fred.
Yeah, you'll have to fill us in, Fred, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll break a little early and we'll be back at, I think it's 10:15 Pacific time for the next presentation. Let me find that tab to be sure. Yes, 10:15 Pacific, 1:15 Eastern for our next presentation with Fred.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back from the break, everybody. We're ready now for our next presentation, which is Koha for Nothing and Your Mark for Free from Fred Kane and the Avenging Chicken.
Good afternoon. Actually, I should have asked this before. Can you see me now? Because right now I see 4 people, 2 of whom are, nope. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this isn't off to an auspicious start, but never mind. Good afternoon, or as you say in the West Coast, good morning. I am coming to you live from beautiful campsite 30 and the Spruce Knob Lake Campground in West Virginia, along with the breezes and the owls and the crows and everything. And I'm happy to be here. Actually, this is just a screen. I'm in my basement. So what I'm going to do today is, apart from cough, this is just asthma. My pulse oximeter says I'm saturating 97%. I use my albuterol inhaler. But what I'm going to do today is talk to you about, well, let me start the slideshow and you'll see. First of all, start out, I am Fred King, medical librarian at Washington Hospital Center. The Avenging Chicken is the Avenging Chicken. I should note that I am using the Washington Hospital Center template because I was asked to by the vice president in charge of graduate medical education and in charge of being much more important than I am. It's part of corporate branding. I should probably include the disclaimer that I'm not expressing their opinions, just mine and maybe those of the chicken. And I like my boss and my boss's boss. And I'd like to keep my job. Okay, start out with an obligatory cat photo. And this is another in my series of taking Koha to places where it really wasn't intended to go. See, I installed Koha by myself in 2013 using version 3.12, and doing it myself forced me to become a lot more creative than I really am. So I came up with the MedStar Authors Catalog, which takes medical citation, medical journal citation from Medline, from National Library of Medicine, converts it into MARC, and now it's online free, medstarauthors.org. Last year, I demonstrated how you can install Koha on a Raspberry Pi. And today, Koha for nothing and your MARC for free. So what is this? Well, I'm aiming it for libraries without access to OCLC, with no money and lots of time and a knack for computers, which brings it down to 1 or 2. But this is more of an interesting idea. What I'm hoping you're going to have for this project is a computer, a monitor, a keyboard, an active network connection, and if you can persuade the librarian of the lake to reach out and hand you a barcode scanner, that would be great. I sure hope people are laughing at this because I went to an awful lot of trouble to set up this joke. And we're off. Start with installing Ubuntu, then install and configure Koha, obtaining MARC records, and then uploading those to Koha. I'm not going to include how to install Ubuntu. There are lots of sites that tell you how to do that. Just download it and burn it to a DVD, boot from that, do what it says. What I'm going to do here is show you very quickly Koha on Ubuntu packages. These are the instructions at the Koha community wiki. And I am basically following this line by line. And this is a video. It shows you kind of speed it up, actually 4 times. So only take a few minutes. You see a lot of what you're going to do is a little typing. And a lot of watching the screen do stuff. I'm updating and upgrading. And now I'm installing the Koha software. And again, nothing happens for a while because it's installing, gets 99%. Then you have to go into Koha sites, tell it where to listen, just follow the instructions. This is where it gets a little tricky. First of all, I misspelled it. Second of all, it's saying this depends on something else. So you have to install something else, which also depends on something else. But again, it tells you what it can't install, and a lot of time you can just install it. I mean, I'm a community college dropout. If I can do it, you can do it. Now I'm creating the library, which I'm calling library, and doing a little tweaking. Just follow the instructions. Then you have to tell the web server to listen when you added a while back. And one thing that's not in the instructions, which I should add, change 000 default to something else, because otherwise it's going to cause trouble. This is how you get your login password. As you can see, I made a mistake and put a semicolon instead of a single quote. And that is your password. It's very tricky. You have to do it exactly. Okay, now I'm going to my Koha installation. It has an IP address, but nothing more. And this is going a little slower than the first one. But the rest of it you can do via web. And again, most of this is clicking on the blue button to continue to the next step. I know this is fast, but truly it's not that difficult. I learned by just installing it until I got it right. Little basic, select mark flavor, set up some frameworks. Mostly I don't need them, because I don't know what kind of library I'm working on yet. I am installing some Z3950 servers. Then import. Everything's imported. We have to set up a library branch. I'm calling this one a library. A category code for people. I'm calling this staff. And you have to put in a super librarian. I'm calling the person the librarian. Username is librarian. Notice Firefox doesn't like it. We can take care of that later. Needs an item type, default. I'm calling it book. And all of this you can change later by going to the administration screen, which I'm not going to do today. And there very quickly is a complete working setup of Koha. All right, so how do you get the MARC records? Well, for this example, I'm going to use my library at work. It's a medical library in a teaching hospital, kind of library you might find in any presentation like this. I'm going to do several collections, circulating books, reference books, reserve collection, including on the right, the Advanced Cardiac Life Support System books, which are about 50 to 75% of our circulation. John J. Lynch Ethics Collection, and popular health reading. This medical history, what did you read that made you want to go into the healthcare field? And remember how the librarian of the lake gave you a barcode scanner? Well, this is the easiest way to collect ISBNs. Just scan the back. This is not medical library. This is my cartoon book collection. Some mass market paperbacks do have barcodes, but they're not the ISBN. Though most libraries aren't going to bother with cataloging mass market paperbacks, so you probably won't have this problem. Some of them have the ISBN, but not the barcode. And of course, some of them don't have ISBNs at all. Okay, now we're going to use Z3950. What's Z3950? It's a thingy that lets you download catalog records. Supported by Koha and MarcEdit. You find the server, configure it, add the information, on your way. Put in information, get a catalog record back sometimes. I'm only using ISBNs in this one. You can do a lot of other fields. So this is what happens when you go to the cataloging module and click on New from Z3950 SRU. You can put in the ISBN, ISSN, title, author. I've tried looking up titles. It can be very slow. And you notice I was looking in 4 libraries, found the record in 2 libraries, Library of Congress and National Library of Medicine. I'm a medical librarian. I'd rather use the NLM record, though they're probably pretty much the same. So you click that, click import, and this is a very small screen showing you the 0 field in the cataloging editor. Okay, that's great, but there's just one. If only there were a faster way. Well, this is where MarcEdit comes in. You can get it at marcedit.reest.net. Earlier today, PowerPoint and probably Outlook and probably anything else is going to try to change that to reset.net. It's a free cataloging utility, and it is absolutely amazing. What does it do? I won't say it does everything, but it does an awful lot. Some of you may have seen these slides before, where I compare this to a Swiss Army knife, and it's got 3 blades that I've used. Well, actually, it has a few more blades as I keep going along and learning. No, it has an awful lot of different blades and screwdriver and a meat tenderizer and a wok and a chicken. And I'm only going to be showing a few of them today. And don't ask me about the others because I don't understand them. But if you go to the main MarcEdit screen, you have the option for Z3950. And this is what it looks like. You put in the ISBN. You can also add other fields. You search for one record. But notice you can do a batch search. And you can select various databases. Right now I'm just doing NLM, but you can also add multiple databases. And you can also add new ones. Go to Actions, add Server, type in the names. Okay, here I'm doing a batch search. And I'm doing our reference books by ISBN. Another little video. No, wait a minute. Pardon me. I created a very small collection called Sample. And I already made it, so I'm overwriting it. This is Searching National Library of Medicine. Some it's finding, some it isn't. You scroll up, you can see which ones it found, but more important for this project, you can see what it didn't find. You copy those and put them into another file. I searched eventually 11 libraries, National Library of Medicine first. Then I wanted to find the universities with well-known and respected nursing and medical schools. So Duke, UW, NYU, Chapel Hill, Maryland, Baltimore. And then slightly wider, Library of Congress, New York Public, Boston, which didn't work, so I stopped using it. University of Florida, Seattle Public, University of Pennsylvania. By the way, Seattle Public is a really good source. And this is where it's going to get a little confusing. Because when I went through the other A group, see, sometimes found nothing. So I kicked all those ISBNs into the report at the bottom. Here, it found 2. Oh, it didn't find 2 and found 3. So you have 2 not found. And over here, found 1, kicked 4 in. So here's your report with lots and lots and lots of duplicate ISBNs. Remember I said it was going to get complicated? Well, this is where the spreadsheet comes in. You have to set up the ISBN, and it has to be text because otherwise it's going to ignore the leading zeros. You put in a formula called COUNTIF, which says how many times was this counted, or how many times does this appear in the left column. Okay, the first one appears 4 times, then we have some that appear twice. So you can sort that on number of duplications, largest to smallest. And then I had 5 libraries, so if it was not found by every single one of those, figured, okay, have to go into group B. So I paste that into the column of unique numbers. By the way, notice some shows 6. I think that's because there were 3, but in there twice. And then I thought I had my phone turned off, sorry. Excel will remove duplicates. So it found 122. Now remember when it was creating files or doing Z3950, it was putting results into a file called whatever you want .mrc. That's the encrypted file that Koha can understand, but we can't. Back to Mark Edit and use Mark Breaker, turn it from MRC into MRK, which is basically a text file. And that's what it looks like. Now, I put all of these together in one file, all the reference books from NLM, A, and B. I did field count to see how many records I had. 2,197. Mark Edit can also deduplicate your records. Choose to deduplicate by ISBN since that's what I searched on. First record, well, National Library of Medicine records were first, so I want to keep the first. And cut out the duplicates, about 1,070. One more thing I want to do and show you is add delete field. Koha really wants to have 942, which is subfield 2 is the cataloging system you're using. And subfield C is the default item type. So I'm using National Library of Medicine and reference. Then you can compile it back into machine readable, Koha readable language. Go back to Koha and Tools, Stage mark records for import. Upload. It's found 1070, and they're all good records. Import. And I have 1070 new catalog records. Now, of course, comes the boring part. You have to go through, add a barcode, add item record, etc. Okay, well, yes, but does this work? So here's what I found. For my circulating collection, I had 3,758 total ISBNs, which I found 3,855, 94%. Lynch collection is 90%. Popular Health 70, Reference 85, Reserve 57. Reserve is very low, and that doesn't really surprise me because we have a lot of things that are held by 1 or 2 libraries. And I'll get to that in a moment. And if John Sturbins is listening, he's probably turning a light puce because none of these numbers are going to add up. Yes, I know. This is just approximate. Sorry, John. Some things that I didn't find: close calls and improved patient safety. I chose these at random, tried to make them as random as possible. Lynch, Innovations in End-of-Life Care, Marianne Liebert, 2000. I was surprised that the book by Eleanor Clift and her husband's death wasn't found. Popular, okay, Under the Knife, Interesting History of Surgery. Could be because it was originally published in Dutch. Identity Theft, I picked up last year at ALA when they had their convention in DC. Probably hasn't gotten a lot of places. Reference, Health Informatics, CPT coding. Okay. Reserve, this is where it gets really thin. Adult critical care, registered nurse review, maternal newborn nursing exam secrets, published by Mometrics test preparation. This is one of the ones where maybe 5, 3, 1 library have it. So here I come to my second library. Earlier this year, Koha-US was approached by a librarian at the Eswatini College of Technology. If you haven't heard of Eswatini, you may have heard of Swaziland. They changed the name officially in 2018, and a lot of things haven't changed over yet. It's a landlocked country bordered by South Africa, Mozambique, and the College of Technology is located in Mbabane. They have books, they have a network connection, absolutely no money. Actually, that's where I got this idea, sort of. They do have a spreadsheet. Now, not all the books in the spreadsheet have ISBNs, and not all of the ISBNs are actually valid. But total books, 2,851, from which I found 701. Again, some of them didn't have ISBNs, either because they're old. Glancing at the comments, yes, older books don't have those. Or some of them are government reports that don't necessarily need one or have one. Since Swaziland is a former British colony, I looked in the British Library. And then others, I can't remember. So out of the ISBNs I found 64%. Fiction, 42%. A lot of it's mass market paperback, I believe. Did a little better on reference, 67%. And finally, my own library. I started cataloging my collection in 1991, sort of because I wanted to keep whatever cataloging skills I had, because I knew that 25 years later, I would become the cataloging department at Washington Hospital Center. Not really. Well, mainly, I wanted to keep track of what cartoon books I have, so I wouldn't keep buying duplicates. So far, I've cataloged over 1,200 of those. Again, I didn't do really well. Biography, 44%. Books in the C&O Canal don't get cataloged all that much, at least not in these collections. I need to find some place with a Z3950 server that has a really great cartoon book collection. Fiction, 33%, and notice at the bottom, science fiction, 15%. I think that is mostly because I have a lot of mass market paperbacks from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Those generally don't get cataloged, and if they were in a non-private collection, they'd probably would have been read to shreds by now. So does it work? Sort of. Obviously, it doesn't work with older books without an ISBN, though you can go by title. It's very time-consuming, though it is faster than typing each one by hand. I haven't spent anything on this yet, except for computer and other stuff, which I'd have anyway, and the electricity needed to run it. Need somewhere to find the records that weren't found. Different Z3950, try by name. See, I've tried searching by Library of Congress card number. I've had really mixed results. You have to barcode everything. Records work a lot better in Koha if they have a 952 item field. There are ways you can get around that. So I wouldn't recommend this for, let's say, an academic library with 100,000 books. A medical library with maybe 400 books, it might be worth a try. And from my beautiful basement in Silver Spring, Maryland, that's all. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I'm back. Any questions?
Let's see. It looks like there was some discussion about ISBNs in the chat. One commenter said this is where OCLC is handy to search for records.
Yeah, but OCLC wants something. What's it called? Money.
Elaine said, at what point do you decide it's easier to just catalog something instead of trying to find it?
I haven't gotten to that point yet because I was doing a lot of this last week. I noticed my green screen is back, sorry. I have to say a lot of the stuff in my library is in a spreadsheet. I would say if it really needs something like subject fields, or if there's something useful that you can't find easily, keep trying. Otherwise, I'll just give up. Depends on how complete you want your records to be. For fiction, I know they come with descriptions, 500 fields, 650s. I'm not sure my library needs it. You have to decide for your library. Now, Elaine, your library, you probably have to do a lot of original cataloging because I know your library and it's filled with things that no other place has. Same thing for you, Heather. But yes, someone says older books have ISBN on the title or verso page. Yep. And you have to type them in, but it is easier than doing original cataloging. Lane oldest is 1651. Yeah, that probably wouldn't have an ISBN or an LC card number. So, oh good, Heather yes says, yep. I do a lot of original cataloging for Maritime Museum with manuscripts of sea shanties, yes. Ooh, Michelle Perry, Handbook on Hanging. Let's see, I've got a book on poisonous plants that I'm keeping away from my wife.
Also, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see that people were indeed laughing at your joke.
Good.
That I hope somebody's laughing.
Actually, I was sort of hoping jokes, plural, but never mind.
Well, I mean, specifically at the beginning when you said, I hope people are laughing at this joke.
Yes.
There were some comments. Spencer said, oh, we are laughing. Heather says, Librarian of the Lake emoji.
It's amazing what you can do with a green screen. I had to put it over my head and wrap it around my arm and sort of gasp when I was going to do the screenshot. I'm sure there are easier ways.
Well, in your green screen, it's not turned off. It sometimes turns part of your shirt into the campground. Like your left shoulder.
Yeah, I can see that.
See the campground through your shoulder.
Let's see. Let me see if I can change it to something else.
Let's see. Layla says, great presentation. Thank you. Heather liked the emoji face I made when I was trying to demonstrate what emoji they'd put in the chat. Lori says, Vancouver Public Library has some very good records.
Nope, doesn't look like I can change. By the way, Layla's my boss. She is more important than I am, but she's not the vice president in charge of being more important than I am. But I have wonderful bosses. And I'd say that even if she weren't listening in.
Or if you didn't know she was listening in.
Yes.
Okay. Well, unless anyone else has any questions for Fred, we might go to break just a little early and be back at 11:15 Pacific / is that 2:15?
Yes.
2:15 Eastern. I don't have my other tab up because I've got the Zoom and the YouTube to watch for comments. So, okay, I think we will wrap this one up for now, and we'll see you all back in about 25 minutes.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back from the break, everybody. I'm here with our next presenter, and I just realized I lost my tab, so let me find that again. Okay, our next presentation is Catalogers Advance, and we have Jason here from Round Rock Public Library. So I'm going to pass it over to Jason.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Vacher. I'm a cataloging librarian here at the great Round Rock Public Library. I've been here since 2018, and so that's when I became a Koha user. Prior to that, I didn't know anything about Koha. Funny enough, when I was looking at the job description for this position, there was some language in there that mentioned that it was a Koha institution. I thought, Koha, I wonder what that is. Some Native American tribe that's local to the region, but silly me. I learned later that it was actually a library ILS. So at any rate, so here I am, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Advanced Catalog Editor. I'm not an expert by any means in this. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I'll share with you what I've learned about it. I use it pretty much exclusively. And so when I talk this afternoon, depending on where you are, I'm going to be speaking within the context of one of our ongoing catalog cleanup projects, which is to update all the adult nonfiction spine labels to include an expanded line for the author title after the Dewey number, and then also include the pub year. This is something that's mostly done by volunteers, or at least pre-pandemic, it was done by volunteers. I think we had maybe one library staff member working on it occasionally, but it's pretty much all people who had little to no library background, and they did this exclusively in the Advanced Catalog Editor. Their tasks in this project were to update the 092, which is the call number field that we use. Then they would need that's in the bib record. They update the 092 in the bib record, and then they update the call number in the item record and add the pub year in the item record. So those bits of information will come back later. So, so using this kind of as our running example, I'll give a brief overview of the Advanced Catalog Editor's features, and then I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about macros, which is one of my favorite features of the Advanced Editor. Okay, so what this is not, it is not an introduction to cataloging. It's not an exhaustive treatment of all the Advanced Editor features. Again, I've only been using it for 2-3 years now, maybe 2.5, 3 years. I'm not a power user by any means. I'm still learning too, and maybe there will be people in the chat who can share other tips and tricks as we go along. Is also not a polemic of any sort against the basic editor and its fans. Even though I strongly prefer the Advanced Editor, I think Koha deserves some props for providing kind of a more structured alternative. I think this is the only ILS that I've used that has such a thing. So good for Koha for branching out and trying to do something different with that. And on that note, I think that basic and advanced are kind of misnomers in this sense. Advanced to me suggests that there's a certain level of proficiency required before you can use it. Sort of like advanced algebra in high school. You can't just do advanced algebra, you have to start with basic algebra. But this is not really the case with this. I think maybe better terms to differentiate these editors are structured for the basic and maybe unstructured or free text for the advanced. And as we get in, we'll kind of look at these differences. So on that, we'll dive in, and I would like to introduce my lovely assistant for this presentation. This is Jungle of the Maya, a book in our collection. It has a spine label that needs to be, whoops, it's not really focusing, but there you go. It has a spine label that needs to be updated. It only has 3 for GOO, and there's no pub here. So we're going to use this. So I will share my screen now, and we will go to our cataloging screen here. Whoops. Okay. So here we are in Koha, and I'm going to go to the cataloging module. And in cataloging search, I'm just going to enter, obviously you can do title or ISBN or barcode or whatever. I'm just going to scan the ISBN. Whoops, there we are. Here we are, Jungle of the Maya. Okay, so our volunteer has scanned in the ISBN, and now we're going to open up the record because we need to update our 092 in the bib record, and we need to update our call number and add our pub year to the item record. So if I go to Actions, Edit Record, here we see the basic version, right? So the basic version, in the basic version, I would scroll down to the 092, and I would add what I need here. And then I would go to my 2, and I'd go to my 264, and I'd make a note, okay, this is 2006. And then I would save this, and then I would edit my items, and I'd go do that. But so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go, instead, I'm going to go to Settings. I'm going to switch to the Advanced Editor. Okay, let's continue. So here we see the Advanced Editor, and yes, it looks like a giant mess of text for someone who's not fluent in Mark, or even for someone who is fluent in Mark. It just looks like a big mess of text and colors and numbers and stuff. But so what we see here, there's a lot less clicking involved. See, in the basic editor, I need to go to my zeros and scroll down, do that, and then I need to click on my 2, and I need to scroll down to my 264, check that. Then I need to click again to get to my items and so on. At least here, there's a little bit less clicking involved. So I can go as the volunteer, I can go to my 092. So I look, Goodell. So I'm just going to go add this ELL. Actually, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry. So before I do all this, let's take a moment and let's look at some other differences in this this editor, right? So you see at the top we have editing catalog record, the bib number here. We have view. So if we click on this, this will take us to a catalog view of this. I have this edit items link here, which will open up the item record in a different tab. And then we have a bunch of, we have our Z39, Z3950 options along the left, and there's a little clipboard down here. Then we have our buttons. So a new record, if you want to create a new record, you click that. We have our Save to Catalog button, which you can also use Control-S to save. You can save it as a Mark file, as a Mark XML file if you want. There's a place where you can import a record, which we don't really use here, so I can't speak much to that. Macros, we'll talk about more in a little bit. Settings, we have the switch to basic editor, which we are not going to do. Show helpers for fixed and coded fields is very useful, because here, if you look, say it like your leader, the 000, and like the fixed fields, 008, it's just this sort of like string of characters, which doesn't really make much sense. But so if we click on here, show helpers, this will space things out, and it will provide drop-down menus for all these different things, which makes it a lot easier to fill in these fixed fields, both in that you don't have to be counting character positions to get to the right thing, and you also don't have to worry about remembering, what is it for maps in this? You can just go in here and I don't see maps in here. Oh, here we are, B, maps, right. So that's a very useful thing, and you can turn it on and off. So alerts, this will show you if you've tried to save the record and it won't. If there's an error, it will say there's an error on the page. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell you what the error is, even though on the screen, if you try to save and there's an error, it will say did not save, lacking 005 field or whatever it is, and so you can go and fix that. But so the alerts will just tell you that you've saved it X number of times, that there have been errors X number of times. Keyboard shortcuts, this is a really useful tab. And one thing that I've learned is that you can alter your keyboard shortcuts to be, in order to still be able to use your operating system's default keyboard shortcuts. Say, for instance, Control X on this Windows machine allows me to cut a highlighted section of text and then paste it later or not. But in the default shortcuts in the advanced catalog editor, I'm pretty sure it was to copy, or it was to delete the current field and to copy it to the clipboard, I think, which is this little area down over here on the left, which I don't really use. Frankly, I find that the regular Control X function works just as well, if not better. So if I wanted to continue to use that regular Control X, I need to redefine my shortcut for delete current field and copy to clipboard, which you can do up here in redefine shortcuts. So along those same notes, you see on the keyboard shortcuts, there are 2 Alt shortcuts here for the copyright symbol and the sound recording copyright symbol, the circle C and circle P. I find it helpful to keep a little cheat sheet of other Alt plus codes taped to my monitor for diacritics, for cataloging in Spanish, or for other symbols that you might use. And those, you can find those all over the web. There are different sites that list alt code diacritics. So at any rate, so that's that. And so so those are the buttons along there. So what you might be thinking right now is, well, I really appreciate in the basic editor how it showed all these different fields, and it also described all the fields. So I knew, the difference between 082 and 092, or 250 or 254, or what have you, right? So in the advanced editor, there is a help function, a mark field help function, and it's a little well, basically what you would do is you would click, say you click on field, anywhere in the field. I'm going to choose this 092, and then down along the bottom, you see there's a blue row, and it'll say 092 with a question mark, locally assigned Dewey call number, OCLC. So if you click on this question mark, this will take you to the loc.gov mark entry for that field. So this is maybe not the best example of that, but if I click, say, on my 245, you want to know about the first and second indicators, which one you should use, right? So if you do that, 245 title statement, I click here, and then here you get that full thing. So it's nice. You don't have to worry about keeping the MARC definitions LOC pages open next to you. You can just hop over to it as you need to. Let's see here. So I'm wandering a little far afield from our volunteers task here. So let's get back to that. So I'm the volunteer again. I need to update my 092, and then I need to fix my item record. Okay, so I'm going to go to my 092. I'm just going to add EDELL. And I can click Save to Catalog, or I can do Control S. Either way, it'll save. And then over here we have our record save, this big green button. Now if I go to my alerts, I'll see previous alerts, record saved. Right? Now if I hang on, let's just do this real quick. Hang on, I'm going to show my fields verbatim. I'm just going to do my Control X here. And now I'm going to try and save this again. Now here we see this record structure invalid, cannot save. If I go up here and I see up at the very top, this pink row, missing mandatory tag 942. So this will happen with fixed fields, or if there are other essential fields that you have set up for your record, then it will include that in there. So if I go to alerts, record structure invalid, cannot save. It doesn't tell me why, but we know it's there. So I'm just going to do, let me put this back in, Control V, and now we'll save it again, Control S. Record saved. We'll look at our alerts. Great. Okay, so there we go. So there's that. Again, alerts aren't really the most crucial thing. I don't really check the alerts very much, but just so you know it's there, right? Okay, so now our bib record has been saved. So now I'm going to click on our edit items up here, kind of near the top, to open up our item list. I'm just going to edit this really quick since I'm here. Sorry. So one thing that I want to point out in this as the volunteer, because I'm in the advanced catalog editor, I have less clicking I need to do. Right? I can see my 092 that needs to be updated. And I just scan down a couple lines to my 264. It's like, okay, this is 2006. So this means I'm not going to have to take the time to go back to the basic bib record. I'm not going to have to open up the book to find the date in there, right? So I can just add in my serial enumeration chronology 2006. DELL, we update that. I go to the end and save my changes, and then that's done. So I can mark that one off the list. I can put this book back on the cart, and I can get the next one of like 10,000 that still have to be done. So that's kind of the basics of the advanced catalog editor in terms of editing records and finding your way around. So the next question you may have is like, well, what about creating a new record? The basic editor has all these different fields. It's got all the fields already there. I don't need to think about, well, what needs to go in my record. Well, so two things. Number one, it's great. Again, it's great that the basic editor lays out all this stuff, but there are actually a lot of MARC fields in there that aren't really going to be necessary for every book or every item that you catalog. So, for better or for worse. But so the way we do it in the advanced editor is we use macros to build templates. And so macros, yes, we skipped over these macros earlier, but I should also mention before I get into macros, when you go into the new record here, which I'm going to do just for a second, there are, whoops, hey, no. Oh boy. Okay, that's better. Oh, brother. Okay, there we go. Yes. Oh, sorry. Technical issue. All right. Okay. So now if I go to just really quick, I want to show you one other thing in the advanced editor. So if I go to new record from the cataloging module home, you'll see there is this default framework. There are all these different frameworks. So I think there's a way that you can in the one of the admin modules, you can set up templates for new records, which will, populate the new record with a bunch of different fields, the whatever fields you need for that. Our library never set those up for whatever reason. I mean, it was before I got here, so I don't really know the exact reason. And it could be that because we don't do a whole lot of original cataloging, it didn't seem worthwhile at the time. So at any rate, though, we have overcome that hurdle by using macros instead. So what is a macro? A macro is a quick shortcut. It's not a keyboard shortcut. It's very flexible. You can set up macros for just about any, adding any field in the in Mark, whether it's just a plain empty field or a pre-populated field. Let me just walk through some of my macros that I have on my machine, just so you can see some of the different types, right? So we have single macros, like say you only needed to add your call number, or you had a special note, say like for this 500 genealogy holdings, there's a certain note that goes in all of our genealogy items that I don't remember because I don't catalog those items frequently enough, but it's very useful. So I have it in here in this macro, and I just click run macro, and it adds that 500 field to the record, the bib record. We also have combinations, right? What I call a lazy macro. So when I'm doing nonfiction, I almost always have to add an 092 call number field, and I always have to add a 583 action field for cataloging completed. So I made a macro that added both of those. So here you see this, new 092, new 583, and I have all the information in there. And it may just need to be updated. So tomorrow, so you see 2020-09-23. Tomorrow I'll update this to 924, and it will automatically save. And so that's really all the maintenance you have to do on a macro day to day. Then we also have our templates. I only have one macro, one template in here for original cataloging, and that's the adult nonfiction down here at the bottom. And so you see here, oops. So I have all these different fields, and this doesn't have every single field. I mean, if you look, there are no subject fields, no 650s or 600s. There are no 700s, but those are easily added. These are the basic things that work for, for fiction, for nonfiction alike. We do keep a Word doc of a more comprehensive list of macros on our shared drive that all the catalogers can access, which is really useful because when the new update of Koha goes live in your system and you clear out your cache, then all of your macros will be wiped out. Yes, they will be all wiped out. So it's very useful to keep some sort of a backup, so you can just copy and paste everything right back in. It takes maybe 10 minutes or so, but it's a lot better than having to take a lot longer to try and reconstruct all of your macros from memory. So definitely recommend it. Let's see here. Oh, and so that all the things in that doc are, let me pull it up here. They're already formatted for the macro editor. So it's just a matter of copying, pasting, you're done. So let's see here. So how would I make a new macro? Okay, well, let's just go with keep with our example here. So you see my 092 here. And this, sorry, I should say this does happen occasionally in this project where the volunteer comes across a record that doesn't have an 092 field for some reason. So they need to add one. So you see on my machine, I have my new 092 and it just has subfield A, subfield B. But let's say we wanted to make it a little easier for our volunteers. Let's say we're going to make one where the subfield A is NF, which is our code for nonfiction. So I'm going to scroll down here to the bottom. Whoops, come on. New macro. So we're going to give it a title. We're going to say 092 adult nonfiction. Okay. Says all right. So what's it going to be? So I'm going to say new space 092 equals subfield A. And so my the double dagger sign is Control D in the advanced catalog editor. So subfield A, NF, subfield B, I'm going to leave that blank. So, okay, so I see over here on the right, it says that it's saved. So now I'm just going to run this macro here. And so we look in here, whoops, and we see just below our regular 092, there's this new one that's been added. So if there wasn't an 092, we would just add this in here, and then the volunteer would copy the call number from the item record, or at the very least from the label, and put that in. So that's that. So let me think if I have anything else to say about this. That pretty much covers what I was going to talk about. I spoke a little faster than I expected, so we have plenty of time. If you have questions or other pro tips from you veteran catalogers out there, I will. I don't know if Lisette, if you have anything from the chat.
Yes.
Yes.
So let's see. Edville asks, so Jason, are you using volunteers to do some of your cataloging?
We aren't using volunteers to do like regular, like full level cataloging. Like they're not doing full copy cataloging. Usually it's just like for this project, they'll have maybe 1 or 2 fields to update. We are fortunate to have among our volunteers some retired librarians, and they are former catalogers, and so they do more librarian level tasks like authority work or copy cataloging, that sort of thing.
Okay. And Heather asked, are these macros available on the Koha wiki?
I don't think so. I to be honest, I've never looked for macros on the Koha wiki, but I'm happy to share the macros that I have with people through some channel or other.
We highly recommend that you put them on the wiki for the community to share.
Okay, I will make a note to do that. I didn't know I had that kind of power to adjust the wiki.
You just have to request an account.
Oh, all right. I will
remember how you do that.
Account.
Because I did a while ago. If you don't hear back right away, you can jump onto the Koha IRC, be like, hey, I requested an account a week ago and haven't heard.
Okay, just give someone a nudge. All right.
I know Katrine does a lot of the she's helped me out like when I forgot what my wiki username was, because I originally made it like 5 years ago and then didn't do anything with it for 3 years. So.
Okay.
Let's see. Is it difficult to create a macro in Koha? Yes. Tara?
Well, it depends on difficult. No, it helps that. Well, I mean, really, the hardest thing is just getting the formatting, which is not really that hard, because, like, say if you wanted to create a wiki for 3x fields for graphic novels, really all that you would need to do would be to look in your collection for a graphic novel, like let's just say Planet of the Apes Omnibus, which is great, by the way. I'm reading it right now. All you have to do is go into the record, and then you highlight those lines, right? You have text, still image, unmediated volume, and then I'm going to go to macros. Let's just say, whoops, new macro. I already have one for oh no, I only have one for eComics on there. So I'm just going to say 33X RDA comics. But they're graphic novels. I know. So I'm just going to, whoops. So I just have to format this a little different. So you put new space, new, and then I'm going to eliminate these underscores with equal, or replace those with equals. Whoops. Equals. Equals. Right. So there I have that right there. So then I can just let's see. It's saved. So I could just run it here, and then here we go. So we've got a whole new batch, which I can now get rid of. I'm just going to do Control Z to eliminate those. It's undo. So yeah, so it's really straightforward. If you already have materials in your collection, in your catalog that that have that formatting that you want. The only thing that might be tricky, the only macro that might be tricky might be some of the ones for original cataloging. Just make sure that your institutional code for OCLC, which I didn't when I got here, but it's usually readily available. So does that answer your question?
Let's see. Barbara put bug 17268 in the chat. That retains macros when cleaning the cache, which
Wait, what does?
Bug 17268.
Oh.
And that's pushed to master for 2005. So.
Oh boy. Boy, we're on 1911 right now.
Yeah. So the next update
right.
my water partners will get. The next major update is 2005.
Okay. Well, that's good.
If you're not a partner, you.
Okay, well, anyone already on 2005, you can disregard my comment about clearing the cache. Thank you, Barbara.
Let's see. If you run macro, does it insert the lines? Asked Lori.
Yes, it does insert the lines. Sadly, I can't run a macro only for a sub field. Like, we still use the subfield H, the GMD, for 245. Mostly just as a kind of a service to patrons, like another very kind of clear way to distinguish between, say, like the audiobook version or the DVD or whatever of a work. But so I can't just have a macro that only inserts subfield H DVD in my 245, unfortunately. That would be a pretty awesome. That'd be a pretty awesome ad for 2011, but it's probably not going to happen. It's probably not even a bug.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know if there's a bug for that?
I don't think so. Maybe I should put one in.
Yeah.
All right.
And then if you do it before our cataloging Bugapalooza session tomorrow.
Bugapalooza.
If you bring it to that, or if you can't make it, if you email it to info@koha-us.org.
Sure.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Because if we can get other people who are using the advanced editor talking about it and hyping it up.
Okay.
Fred asks, where do you go to get your records? If they're from OCLC or another place with 082s, would it be comparatively simple to convert them to an 092?
Yeah, it'd be really simple to convert them to 092. Well, I don't know if it'd be about converting. I mean, we do get a lot of OCLC records. We get some others, mostly for ebook and e-audiobook. We get them from Overdrive, but we haven't really looked into replacing an 082 with an 092, but a lot of times the 082 provides the baseline for the 092 that we had. It's not, we don't always go 100% with the 082, but it's in there.
when we were talking about the wiki and you said I didn't know I had the power to do that, Spencer said, don't let it go to your head.
Oh, no, I won't.
And Fred said, everybody has the power to change, add, improve Koha. And Heather said, wiki, wiki, wiki. And then Heather and Barbara both said, yes, an enhancement for macros that act only on subfields. / I don't see a bug for that yet, but we would love that. So.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, everyone.
Yeah. Anyone else have any questions for Jason? Also, Jason, your office mate Jason was also answering some of the questions in chat.
Oh, good. Yeah, I knew he was going to be there. I told him if it started going badly, to start disrupting the chat, but I'm glad that he didn't have to take those drastic measures.
Me too. I think it went great. So thank you very much.
Right.
I learned a lot about
everyone.
The advanced editor today.
Stop sharing.
There's another question. Tomas asked, can macro modify values which are already in?
Yeah, well, macro will completely it won't override your existing field. So say you have, like in the example that I showed with this, in the 092 example, right, adding another 092, my 092 adult nonfiction, it doesn't override the pre-existing 092, it just adds another one. So yeah, you don't have to worry about crucial information being lost, or you don't get to just overwrite all the old junky stuff with the new good stuff. So for better or for worse.
And can you, and maybe I missed this, can you delete lines with a macro? Like if there's fields
No, I think macros are just for adding. Deleting, you just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Okay. Cool. Well, unless anyone else has any questions, I think we'll go to break for a short while and be back at, wait, let's see, when's our next one? Oh, right, this is our lunch break, and then we'll be back with very, very basic jQuery at 1 Pacific / 4 Eastern. If you haven't registered yet for the conference and you're planning on coming to our event tonight or to Bugapalooza tomorrow, please make sure you're registered because we'll be sending out the Zoom link for those events during the very, very basic jQuery presentation. Oh, Heather said, super presentation, standing ovation.
Oh, thanks, Heather.
Michelle has 2 questions. Where would I find advanced editor? It does not show where it does on Jason's screen. And 2, the same for macros. I don't have those on the screen either. You might need the permission.
Yes.
Because I think there's a permission for the advanced editor.
And sorry, what was the questioner's name?
Michelle Perry.
Michelle. If you go to your settings and the basic editor, is there an option to toggle to the advanced editor? Yeah, if not, there may be some kind of permissions, or I don't know if there's in the admin, if there's a way that to just universally turn advanced editor on or off. I don't know that much about what happens behind that part, that curtain.
I believe it got switched from I think it's just a permission now. I think that got changed sometime in the last year. I might be wrong. Let's see. Michelle, I'm super librarian and can't find editor either. Okay, let me just look at the admin settings real quick. Yes, it's we'll be back in just over an hour. It's our lunch break today. Our advanced editor needs to have HTTP access, so it needs permission in browser specially. Okay, system preference, enable advanced cataloging editor.
Do it. Do it.
And then I think even after that, you might still have, for non-system librarians, you might still have a preference. Let's see. Set permissions. Yes, so then there's also a use the advanced cataloging editor user permission once that system preference is turned on, and they have that or are a super librarian. Okay, so we'll reconvene in, according to my clock, 65 minutes. I hope everyone
Great.
has a nice lunch, and thank you very much, Jason.
Thanks again. Thanks for having me. Good to see you all. Bye.
dedicated folk art centre in the UK, open to the public. The library, with its bespoke bookshelves, is located just to the right of the entrance. It was originally quite an elegant, airy space. In 1932, the Folk Song Society and the English Folk Dance Society merged, creating the English Folk Dance and Song Society. The first president of the Joint Society was composer and folk song collector Ralph Vaughan Williams, for whom the library was named. During World War II, the library's contents were moved outside of London for safekeeping, and the space was used as a canteen for nearby factory workers. One evening, a bomb, probably intended for the nearby rail lines, struck the building, causing substantial damage. The library escaped unscathed. The building was unusable. After more fundraising, repairs, and renovations, the building and the library reopened, this time with a piano. Today, Cecil Sharp House is a Grade II listed building. The library has undergone a recent refurbishment that included the restoration of the shelving and some reorganization of the contents and furnishings. The reading room is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though it began with Cecil Sharp's books, the library has grown through gifts, bequests, and purchases. The collection has expanded to include broadsides, microfilms, photographs, sound recordings, from wax cylinders to digital media, film, and video. The archives contain manuscript collections, the Society's records, costumes, dance implements, hobby horses, and musical instruments. Library materials are stored on all floors of the building and in off-site storage. To help keep track of it all, the Koha Library Management System was adopted in 2011. Gradually, old databases were converted to MARC, and new catalog records were added for material that predated the databases. Yes, we still have card files. Most of these index individual songs in print and on sound recordings. To complement the physical collections, the library has an online presence, a complex, interlinked compendium of digitized archives and indexes. The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library has become a centralized place for research on the British folk arts, especially the performative arts, such as dance, song, and drama. It is a vital resource for scholars, enthusiasts, performers, and the media, both in person at Cecil Sharp House and on the web. All this from one little library in London.
Let's go get some breakfast. From the round and inedible to the round and delectable. This is Round Rock Donuts, world famous since 1926. And if these bright yellowy orangey circles look nothing like any donut you've ever seen, well good, because that's the point.
Their world famous donut was by far the best donut I've ever had.
You're kidding, really?
No, really.
It's something about the different glaze that they have. It's different than any other donut that I've ever had before.
They're the best donuts in the world, and so we drove from Leander this morning for a special treat.
It doesn't matter how long the line is, we will wait in line through the drive-thru to make sure that we get our Round Rock donuts.
Whether waiting in the drive-thru section or staying in the sitting section, this place is sure to do damage to your midsection. But you'll love every bite of it. Time to step into the back and see what sort of addictive, golden, delicious ingredients they put into these things to keep the customers coming back. All right, so this is Polo Garcia, the manager here, and he has brought us into the inner sanctum of Round Rock Donuts.
Hey, welcome, Chad. You know, as you can see behind me, you know, we have a whole process of making donuts. It takes a while, but at the end, it's a good result.
That's what makes them good, right?
Yes.
So walk me through a little bit of this.
Sure, I will. You know, first of all, we mix the dough fresh from scratch, and then after that, we let it rise the dough. We cut it in pieces, let it rise again, cut it up, put them in fruit boxes, and get them right to the fryer.
And now I see that by this point, they already have that signature Round Rock donut color. So where's that come from?
You know, it's a little secret, but you know, that egg yolk, that color was pretty dense color on the eggs.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say something like that.
Oh, no. So this is the egg yolks that make it?
Yeah, it's part of the secret.
I think we just found the secret formula for Round Rock Donuts. Get to the lab. We got to work this out. Yeah, even if I studied 1,000 years, I'm not sure I could duplicate it.
You want to try it?
What the heck is that thing?
Here we go.
No kidding. That is awesome. So this whole thing's really just done by hand?
Yes, done by hand, done by hand. That's right.
You know I've got to try some.
Sweet, isn't it?
It is. It is sweet. I think they're going to be better when they hit the fryer, though, but still, that's not bad. And that's the next step.
Once the dough is ready, you know, it's ready to fry, we get the screen, and it's ready to roll.
And then, so how long are they going to be in the fryer?
Probably about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. So you got to be on your game.
You have to be on it. These are already done, so I had to pull them out.
Boom down. You talk about old-fashioned donuts.
It is an old-fashioned donut. This is where the magic happens.
That is the magic right there. Look at this big bath of donut glaze.
You're gonna get one too.
Okay, fine. This is called quality control right here.
Whenever you say 1, 2, 3.
It
melts in your mouth.
It does. I don't even have to chew this thing. Oh, man. But it's only an appetizer, my friends. Now, small donuts are good, but this is Texas. So Polo has either set us up for our greatest success or our greatest failure, because if I eat this whole donut, I'm gonna be done for the day. And the greatest part is if anybody asks how many donuts I ate this morning, all I have to say is just one. I just had one donut. No big deal. To see the full episode or to get info about how to visit this spot, trip on over to thedaytripper.com. Or here's some other videos you may like. Via con Dios, amigos.
Lycoming County is the perfect location for a family getaway with lots of fun attractions, great restaurants, comfortable hotels, convenient campgrounds, incredible shopping, and spectacular events for people of all ages. If you love baseball, Lycoming County is the place to be. We are the home of Little League Baseball and proudly host the annual World Series tournament in South Williamsport. Visit the World of Little League Museum to make your own Little League memories. After that, catch a thrilling Williamsport Crosscutters game at historic Bowman Field. Do you love history? Did you know that Lycoming County was the lumber capital of the world in the 1800s, with more millionaires in a concentrated area than anywhere else in the United States? Spend a day immersing yourself in the history of Lycoming County with visits to the Thomas T. Tabor Museum and the Peter Hurdick Transportation Museum, followed by a walk along Williamsport's Millionaires Row National Historic District to be thrilled by the Victorian architecture. Make sure to spend some time exploring the arts in Lycoming County. We're home to numerous art galleries that exhibit local, national, and even international artists. Plan your getaway around a world-class show at the Community Arts Center to make your trip complete. Feel like getting away from it all and reconnecting with nature? Plan to spend some serious time exploring our hiking trails, state forests, and state parks. You'll be amazed by the natural beauty of our region, and we can't wait to share it with you. Let the Lycoming County Visitors Center be your guide for planning your getaway. Our friendly staff will answer any questions you may have about our area. Make sure to tell them Lyco sent you. Now, let's go have some fun.
The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library is a small research library located in London. On a corner lot on the edge of Camden Town sits a distinctive red brick building known as Cecil Sharp House. This is the headquarters of the English Folk Dance and Song Society and home of the Vaughan Williams Memorial Library. The building is named for Cecil J. Sharp, folk music and dance collector and educator, whose personal book collection became the foundation for the library. After his death in 1924, Cecil Sharp House was proposed as a fitting memorial, with dance halls, a library, and office space. A vacant lot was found, plans drawn up, and the money for the building raised by subscription and donation. In 1930, Cecil Sharp House, the first dedicated folk art centre in the UK, opened to the public. The library, with its bespoke bookshelves, is located at the entrance. It was originally quite an elegant, airy space. In 1932, the Folk Song Society and the English Folk Dance Society merged, creating the English Folk Dance and Song Society. The first president of the Joint Society was composer and folk song collector Ralph Vaughan Williams, for whom the library was named. During World War II, the library's contents were moved outside of London for safekeeping, and the space was used as a canteen for nearby factory workers. One evening, a bomb, probably intended for the nearby rail lines, struck the building, causing substantial damage. The library escaped unscathed. The building was unusable. After more fundraising, repairs, and renovations, the building and the library reopened, this time with a piano. Today, Cecil Sharp House is a Grade II listed building. The library has undergone a recent refurbishment that included the restoration of the shelving and some reorganization of the contents and furnishings. The reading room is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though it began with Cecil Sharp's books, the library has grown through gifts, bequests, and purchases. The collection has expanded to include broadsides, microfilms, photographs, sound recordings, from wax cylinders to digital media, film, and video. The archives contain manuscript collections, the Society's records, costumes, dance implements, hobby horses, and musical instruments. Library materials are stored on all floors of the building and in off-site storage. To help keep track of it all, the Koha Library Management System was adopted in 2011. Gradually, old databases were converted to MARC, and new catalog records were added for material that predated the databases. Yes, we still have card files. Most of these index individual songs in print and on sound recordings. To complement the physical collections, the library has an online presence, a complex, interlinked compendium of digitized archives and indexes. The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library has become a centralized place for research on the British folk arts, especially the performative arts, such as dance, song, and drama. It is a vital resource for scholars, enthusiasts, performers, and the media, both in person at Cecil Sharp House and on the web. All this from one little library in London.
let's go get some breakfast. From the round and inedible to the round and delectable. This is Round Rock Donuts, world famous since 1926. And if these bright yellowy orangey circles look nothing like any donut you've ever seen, well good, because that's the point.
Their world famous donut was by far the best donut I've ever had.
You're kidding, really?
No, really.
It's something about the different glaze that they have. It's different than any other donut that I've ever had before.
They're the best donuts in the world, and so we drove from Leander this morning for a special treat.
It doesn't matter how long the line is, we will wait in line through the drive-thru to make sure that we get our Round Rock donuts.
Whether waiting in the drive-thru section or staying in the sitting section, this place is sure to do damage to your midsection. But you'll love every bite of it. Time to step into the back and see what sort of addictive, golden, delicious ingredients they put into these things to keep the customers coming back.
All right, so this is Polo Garcia, the manager here, and he has brought us into the inner sanctum of Round Rock Donuts.
Hey, welcome, Chad. As you can see behind me, we have a whole process of making donuts. It takes a while, but at the end, it's a good result.
That's what makes them good, right?
Yes.
So walk me through a little bit of this.
Sure, I will. First of all, we mix the dough fresh from scratch, and then after that, we let it rise the dough. We cut it in pieces, let it rise again, cut it up, put it in
donut color. So where's that come from?
It's a little secret, but that egg yolk, that color was pretty dense color on the eggs.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say something like that.
Oh, no. So this is the egg yolks that make it?
Yeah, it's part of the secret.
I think we just found the secret formula for Round Rock Donuts. Get to the lab. We got to work this out.
Yeah, even if I studied 1,000 years, I'm not sure I could duplicate it.
You want to try it?
What the heck is that thing?
Here we go.
No kidding. That is awesome. So this whole thing is really just done by hand?
Yes, done by hand. That's right.
You know I've got to try some.
Sweet, isn't it?
It is. It is sweet. I think they're going to be better when they hit the fryer, though, but still, that's not bad.
And that's the next step.
Once the dough is ready, it's ready to fry, we get the screen, and it's ready to roll.
And then, so how long are they going to be in the fryer?
Probably about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. So you got to be on your game.
You have to be on it. These are already done, so I had to pull them out.
Boom down. You talk about old-fashioned donuts.
It is an old-fashioned donut. This is where the magic happens.
That is the magic right there. Look at this big bath of donut glaze.
You're gonna get one too.
Okay, fine. This is called quality control right here.
Let me say 1, 2, 3. It melts in your mouth.
It does. I don't even have to chew this thing. Oh man.
But it's only an appetizer, my friends. Now, small donuts are good, but this is Texas.
So Polo has either set us up for our greatest success or our greatest failure. Because if I eat this whole donut, I'm gonna be done for the day. And the greatest part is if anybody asks how many donuts I ate this morning, all I have to say is just one. I just had one donut. No big deal.
To see the full episode or to get info about how to visit this spot, trip on over to thedaytripper.com. Or here's some other videos you may like. Vaya con Dios, amigos.
Lycoming County is the perfect location for a family getaway with lots of fun attractions, great restaurants, comfortable hotels, convenient campgrounds, incredible shopping, and spectacular events for people of all ages. If you love baseball, Lycoming County is the place to be. We are the home of Little League Baseball and proudly host the annual World Series tournament in South Williamsport. Visit the World of Little League Museum to make your own Little League memories. After that, catch a thrilling Williamsport Crosscutters game at historic Bowman Field. Do you love history? Did you know that Lycoming County was the lumber capital of the world in the 1800s, with more millionaires in a concentrated area than anywhere else in the United States? Spend a day immersing yourself in the history of Lycoming County with visits to the Thomas T. Tabor Museum and the Peter Hurdick Transportation Museum, followed by a walk along Williamsport's Millionaires Row National Historic District to be thrilled by the Victorian architecture. Make sure to spend some time exploring the arts in Lycoming County. We're home to numerous art galleries that exhibit local, national, and even international artists. Plan your getaway around a world-class show at the Community Arts Center to make your trip complete. Feel like getting away from it all and reconnecting with nature? Plan to spend some serious time exploring our hiking trails, state forests, and state parks. You'll be amazed by the natural beauty of our region, and we can't wait to share it with you. Let the Lycoming County Visitors Center be your guide for planning your getaway. Our friendly staff will answer any questions you may have about our area. Make sure to tell them Lyco sent you. Now let's go have some fun.
The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library is a small research library located in London. On a corner lot on the edge of Camden Town sits a distinctive red brick building known as Cecil Sharp House. This is the headquarters of the English Folk Dance and Song Society and home of the Vaughan Williams Memorial Library. The building is named for Cecil J. Sharp, folk music and dance collector and educator, whose personal book collection became the foundation for the library. After his death in 1924, Cecil Sharp House was proposed as a fitting memorial, with dance halls, a library, and office space. A vacant lot was found, plans drawn up, and the money for the building raised by subscription and donation. In 1930, Cecil Sharp House, the first dedicated folk art centre in the UK, opened to the public. The library, with its bespoke bookshelves, is located just to the right of the entrance. It was originally quite an elegant, airy space. In 1932, the Folk Song Society and the English Folk Dance Society merged, creating the English Folk Dance and Song Society. The first president of the joint society was composer and folk song collector Ralph Vaughan Williams, for whom the library was named. During World War II, the library's contents were moved outside of London for safekeeping, and the space was used as a canteen for nearby factory workers. One evening, a bomb, probably intended for the nearby rail lines, struck the building, causing substantial damage. The library escaped unscathed. The building was unusable. After more fundraising, repairs, and renovations, the building and the library reopened, this time with a piano. Today, Cecil Sharp House is a Grade II listed building. The library has undergone a recent refurbishment that included the restoration of the shelving and some reorganization of the contents and furnishings. The reading room is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though it began with Cecil Sharp's books, the library has grown through gifts, bequests, and purchases. The collection has expanded to include broadsides, microfilms, photographs, sound recordings, from wax cylinders to digital media, film, and video. The archives contain manuscript collections, the Society's records, costumes, dance implements, hobby horses, and musical instruments. Library materials are stored on all floors of the building and in off-site storage. To help keep track of it all, the Koha Library Management System was adopted in 2011. Gradually, old databases were converted to MARC, and new catalog records were added for material that predated the databases. Yes, we still have card files. Most of these index individual songs in print and on sound recordings. To complement the physical collections, the library has an online presence, a complex, interlinked compendium of digitized archives and indexes. The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library has become a centralized place for research on the British folk arts, especially the performative arts, such as dance, song, and drama. It is a vital resource for scholars, enthusiasts, performers, and the media, both in person at Cecil Sharp House and on the web. All this from one little library in London.
Let's go get some breakfast.
From the round and inedible to the round and delectable. This is Round Rock Donuts, world famous since 1926. And if these bright yellowy orangey circles look nothing like any donut you've ever seen, well good, because that's the point.
Their world famous donut was by far the best donut I've ever had.
You're kidding, really?
No, really.
It's something about the different glaze that they have. It's different than any other donut that I've ever had before.
They're the best donuts in the world, and so we drove from Leander this morning for a special treat.
It doesn't matter how long the line is, we will wait in line through the drive-thru to make sure that we get our Round Rock donuts.
Whether waiting in the drive-thru section or staying in the sitting section, this place is sure to do damage to your midsection. But you'll love every bite of it. Time to step into the back and see what sort of addictive, golden, delicious ingredients they put into these things to keep the customers coming back.
All right, so this is Polo Garcia, the manager here, and he has brought us into the inner sanctum of Round Rock Donuts.
Hey, welcome, Chad. You know, as you can see behind me, you know, we have a whole process of making donuts. It takes a while, but at the end, it's a good result.
That's what makes them good, right?
Yes.
So walk me through a little bit of this.
Sure, I will. You know, first of all, we mix the dough fresh from scratch, and then after that, we let it rise the dough. We cut it in pieces, let it rise again, cut it up, put them in fruit boxes, and get them right to the fryer.
And now I see that by this point, they already have that signature Round Rock donut color. So where's that come from?
You know, it's a little secret, but you know, that egg yolk, that color was pretty dense color on the eggs.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say something like that.
Oh, no. So it's the egg yolks that make it?
Yeah, it's part of the secret.
I think we just found the secret formula for Round Rock Donuts. Get to the lab. We got to work this out.
Yeah, even if I studied 1,000 years, I'm not sure I could duplicate it.
You want to try it?
What the heck is that thing?
Here we go.
No kidding. That is awesome. So this whole thing is really just done by hand?
Yes, done by hand. That's right.
You know I've got to try some.
Sweet, isn't it?
It is. It is sweet. I think they're going to be better when they hit the fryer, though, but still, that's not bad.
And that's the next step.
Once the dough is ready, you know, it's ready to fry, we get the screen, and it's ready to roll.
And then, so how long are they going to be in the fryer?
Probably about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. So you got to be on your game.
You have to be on it. These are already done, so I had to pull them out.
Boom down. You talk about old-fashioned donuts.
It is an old-fashioned donut. This is where the magic happens.
That is the magic right there. Look at this big bath of donut glaze.
You're gonna get one too.
Okay, fine. This is called quality control right here.
Whenever you say 1, 2, 3.
It
melts in your mouth.
It does. I don't even have to chew this thing. Oh, man.
But it's only an appetizer, my friends. Now, small donuts are good, but this is Texas.
So Polo has either set us up for our greatest success or our greatest failure. Because if I eat this whole donut, I'm gonna be done for the day. And the greatest part is if anybody asks how many donuts I ate this morning, all I have to say is just one. I just had one donut. No big deal.
To see the full episode or to get info about how to visit this spot, trip on over to thedaytripper.com. Or here's some other videos you may like. Vaya con Dios, amigos.
Lycoming County is the perfect location for a family getaway with lots of fun attractions, great restaurants, comfortable hotels, convenient campgrounds, incredible shopping, and spectacular events for people of all ages. If you love baseball, Lycoming County is the place to be. We are the home of Little League Baseball and proudly host the annual World Series tournament in South Williamsport. Visit the World of Little League Museum to make your own Little League memories. After that, catch a thrilling Williamsport Crosscutters game at historic Bowman Field. Do you love history? Did you know that Lycoming County was the lumber capital of the world in the 1800s, with more millionaires in a concentrated area than anywhere else in the United States? Spend a day immersing yourself in the history of Lycoming County with visits to the Thomas T. Tabor Museum and the Peter Hurdick Transportation Museum, followed by a walk along Williamsport's Millionaires Row National Historic District to be thrilled by the Victorian architecture. Make sure to spend some time exploring the arts in Lycoming County. We're home to numerous art galleries that exhibit local, national, and even international artists. Plan your getaway around a world-class show at the Community Arts Center to make your trip complete. Feel like getting away from it all and reconnecting with nature? Plan to spend some serious time exploring our hiking trails, state forests, and state parks. You'll be amazed by the natural beauty of our region, and we can't wait to share it with you. Let the Lycoming County Visitors Center be your guide for planning your getaway. Our friendly staff will answer any questions you may have about our area. Make sure to tell them Lyco sent you. Now let's go have some fun.
The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library is a small research library located in London. On a corner lot on the edge of Camden Town sits a distinctive red brick building known as Cecil Sharp House. This is the headquarters of the English Folk Dance and Song Society and home of the Vaughan Williams Memorial Library. The building is named for Cecil J. Sharp, folk music and dance collector and educator, whose personal book collection became the foundation for the library. After his death in 1924, Cecil Sharp House was proposed as a fitting memorial, with dance halls, a library, and office space. A vacant lot was found, plans drawn up, and the money for the building raised by subscription and donation. In 1930, Cecil Sharp House, the first dedicated folk art centre in the UK, opened to the public. The library, with its bespoke bookshelves, is located just to the right of the entrance. It was originally quite an elegant, airy space. In 1932, the Folk Song Society and the English Folk Dance Society merged, creating the English Folk Dance and Song Society. The first president of the joint society was composer and folk song collector Ralph Vaughan Williams, for whom the library was named. During World War II, the library's contents were moved outside of London for safekeeping, and the space was used as a canteen for nearby factory workers. One evening, a bomb, probably intended for the nearby rail lines, struck the building, causing substantial damage. The library escaped unscathed. The building was unusable. After more fundraising, repairs, and renovations, the building and the library reopened, this time with a piano. Today, Cecil Sharp House is a Grade II listed building. The library has undergone a recent refurbishment that included the restoration of the shelving and some reorganization of the contents and furnishings. The reading room is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though it began with Cecil Sharp's books, the library has grown through gifts, bequests, and purchases. The collection has expanded to include broadsides, microfilms, photographs, sound recordings, from wax cylinders to digital media, film, and video. The archives contain manuscript collections, the Society's records, costumes, dance implements, hobby horses, and musical instruments. Library materials are stored on all floors of the building and in off-site storage. To help keep track of it all, the Koha Library Management System was adopted in 2011. Gradually, old databases were converted to MARC, and new catalog records were added for material that predated the databases. Yes, we still have card files. Most of these index individual songs in print and on sound recordings. To complement the physical collections, the library has an online presence, a complex, interlinked compendium of digitized archives and indexes. The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library has become a centralized place for research on the British folk arts, especially the performative arts, such as dance, song, and drama. It is a vital resource for scholars, enthusiasts, performers, and the media, both in person at Cecil Sharp House and on the web. All this from one little library in London.
Let's go get some breakfast. From the round and inedible to the round and delectable. This is Round Rock Donuts, world famous since 1926. And if these bright yellowy orangey circles look nothing like any donut you've ever seen, well good, because that's the point.
Their world famous donut was by far the best donut I've ever had.
You're kidding, really?
No, really.
It's something about the different glaze that they have. It's different than any other donut that I've ever had before.
They're the best donuts in the world, and so we drove from Leander this morning for a special treat.
It doesn't matter how long the line is, we will wait in line through the drive-thru to make sure that we get our Round Rock donuts.
Whether waiting in the drive-thru section or staying in the sitting section, this place is sure to do damage to your midsection. But you'll love every bite of it. Time to step into the back and see what sort of addictive, golden, delicious ingredients they put into these things to keep the customers coming back.
All right, so this is Polo Garcia, the manager here, and he has brought us into the inner sanctum of Round Rock Donuts.
Hey, welcome, Chad. As you can see behind me, we have a whole process of making donuts. It takes a while, but at the end, it's a good result.
That's what makes them good, right?
Yeah.
So walk me through a little bit of this.
Sure, I will. First of all, we mix the dough fresh from scratch, and then after that, we let it rise the dough. We cut it in pieces, let it rise again, cut it up, put them in fruit boxes, and get them right to the fryer.
And now I see that by this point, they already have that signature Round Rock donut color. So where's that come from?
It's a little secret, but that egg yolk, that color was pretty dense color on the eggs.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say something like that.
No. So this is the egg yolks that make it?
Yeah, it's part of the secret.
I think we just found the secret formula for Round Rock Donuts. Get to the lab. We got to work this out.
Yeah, even if I studied 1,000 years, I'm not sure I could duplicate it.
You want to try it?
What the heck is that thing?
Here we go.
No kidding. That is awesome. So this whole thing is really just done by hand?
Yes, done by hand. That's right.
You know I've got to try some.
Sweet, isn't it?
It is. It is sweet. I think that could be better when they hit the fryer, though, but still, that's not bad.
And that's the next step.
Once the dough is ready, it's ready to fry, we get the screen, and it's ready to roll.
And then, so how long are they going to be in the fryer?
Probably about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. So you got to be on your game.
You have to be on it. These are already done, so I had to pull them out.
Boom down. You talk about old-fashioned donuts.
It is an old-fashioned donut. This is where the magic happens.
That is the magic right there. Look at this big bath of donut glaze.
You're gonna get one too.
Okay, fine. This is called quality control right here.
Whenever you say 1, 2, 3. It melts in your mouth.
It does. I don't even have to chew this thing. Oh, man.
But it's only an appetizer, my friends. Now, small donuts are good, but this is Texas.
So Polo has either set us up for our greatest success or our greatest failure. Because if I eat this whole donut, I'm gonna be done for the day. And the greatest part is if anybody asks how many donuts I ate this morning, all I have to say is just one. I just had one donut. No big deal.
To see the full episode or to get info about how to visit this spot, trip on over to thedaytripper.com. Or here's some other videos you may like. Vaya con Dios, amigos.
Lycoming County is the perfect location for a family getaway with lots of fun attractions, great restaurants, comfortable hotels, convenient campgrounds, incredible shopping, and spectacular events for people of all ages. If you love baseball, Lycoming County is the place to be. We are the home of Little League Baseball and proudly host the annual World Series tournament in South Williamsport. Visit the World of Little League Museum to make your own Little League memories. After that, catch a thrilling Williamsport Crosscutters game at historic Bowman Field. Do you love history? Did you know that Lycoming County was the lumber capital of the world in the 1800s, with more millionaires in a concentrated area than anywhere else in the United States? Spend a day immersing yourself in the history of Lycoming County with visits to the Thomas T. Tabor Museum and the Peter Hurdick Transportation Museum, followed by a walk along Williamsport's Millionaires Row National Historic District to be thrilled by the Victorian architecture. Make sure to spend some time exploring the arts in Lycoming County. We're home to numerous art galleries that exhibit local, national, and even international artists. Plan your getaway around a world-class show at the Community Arts Center to make your trip complete. Feel like getting away from it all and reconnecting with nature? Plan to spend some serious time exploring our hiking trails, state forests, and state parks. You'll be amazed by the natural beauty of our region, and we can't wait to share it with you. Let the Lycoming County Visitors Center be your guide for planning your getaway. Our friendly staff will answer any questions you may have about our area. Make sure to tell them Lyco sent you. Now let's go have some fun.
The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library is a small research library located in London. On a corner lot on the edge of Camden Town sits a distinctive red brick building known as Cecil Sharp House. This is the headquarters of the English Folk Dance and Song Society and home of the Vaughan Williams Memorial Library. The building is named for Cecil J. Sharp, folk music and dance collector and educator, whose personal book collection became the foundation for the library. After his death in 1924, Cecil Sharp House was proposed as a fitting memorial, with dance halls, a library, and office space. A vacant lot was found, plans drawn up, and the money for the building raised by subscription and donation. In 1930, Cecil Sharp House, the first dedicated folk art centre in the UK, opened to the public. The library, with its bespoke bookshelves, is located just to the right of the entrance. It was originally quite an elegant, airy space. In 1932, the Folk Song Society and the English Folk Dance Society merged, creating the English Folk Dance and Song Society. The first president of the joint society was composer and folk song collector Ralph Vaughan Williams, for whom the library was named. During World War II, the library's contents were moved outside of London for safekeeping, and the space was used as a canteen for nearby factory workers. One evening, a bomb, probably intended for the nearby rail lines, struck the building, causing substantial damage. The library escaped unscathed. The building was unusable. After more fundraising, repairs, and renovations, the building and the library reopened, this time with a piano. Today, Cecil Sharp House is a Grade II listed building. The library has undergone a recent refurbishment that included the restoration of the shelving and some reorganization of the contents and furnishings. The reading room is merely the tip of the iceberg. Though it began with Cecil Sharp's books, the library has grown through gifts, bequests, and purchases. The collection has expanded to include broadsides, microfilms, photographs, sound recordings, from wax cylinders to digital media, film, and video. The archives contain manuscript collections, the Society's records, costumes, dance implements, hobby horses, and musical instruments. Library materials are stored on all floors of the building and in off-site storage. To help keep track of it all, the Koha Library Management System was adopted in 2011. Gradually, old databases were converted to MARC, and new catalog records were added for material that predated the databases. Yes, we still have card files. Most of these index individual songs in print and on sound recordings. To complement the physical collections, the library has an online presence, a complex, interlinked compendium of digitized archives and indexes. The Vaughan Williams Memorial Library has become a centralized place for research on the British folk arts, especially the performative arts, such as dance, song, and drama. It is a vital resource for scholars, enthusiasts, performers, and the media, both in person at Cecil Sharp House and on the web. All this from one little library in London.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. We've got our last presentation of the day coming up, and lunch break. It was like the right time for lunch for me, but for some of you, it was just a weird mid-afternoon break. That was kind of what our lunch yesterday was. It was like the right time for the East Coast, but like really early for me. So that's just how it worked out. Reminder, if you haven't registered yet for the conference and are planning on coming to our social event tonight or our Bugapalooza tomorrow, please register right now because I'm going to send out the link before the end of this presentation. And maybe Jason can drop the registration link in chat again so it's recent. And I'll check back in after the presentation, but now Ed Veal's going to do very, very basic jQuery.
Hello, welcome. I guess I'm going. I'm a substitute teacher today. As you know, George was originally scheduled to do this, so he and I worked some things out real quickly, and he sent me his notes from a presentation that he did a while back. And so I'm using his notes, and I'm going to make them mine. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to start sharing my screen, or sharing the screen that has his notes on it. Let me get that going. There we go. Can I move that out of the way a little bit? Yeah. All right. So what we're going to talk about is jQuery, but in very, very basic terms. Quick outline of how we're going to do this. I'm first going to talk about what jQuery is, how it can be used within Koha, and then we're going to run through some examples. So let's begin. First of all, why do we care about jQuery as it relates to Koha? Well, it's pretty simple in the fact that Koha's provided us 4 basic system preferences that we can use jQuery or JavaScripting to customize the particular pages. We can customize the OPAC, we can customize the staff site or client, and we can customize self-checkouts as well as the self-check-in system by using jQuery or JavaScripting. What those system preferences are, as you can see here on the screen, they each have their own system preference, and I'll let you all, dive in at your own pace and look at those. Internet user is obviously for the staff client. OPAC user, obviously for the OPAC. Self-checkout user and self-check-in user. If you're looking for these in the administrative area, easiest way to find them is just use the search tool that's there and search for user.js. That will bring up those 4 system preferences, and then you can easily manipulate those as you need. So that's why we're interested in jQuery. We can use it to manipulate things on the screen, use it to automatically fill in fields, all sorts of interesting things. Some other questions that come up. Why jQuery? Well, or what is jQuery? jQuery is shorthand usage for JavaScripting. JavaScripting is a bit more complicated. As you can see here, JavaScripting, a particular line of JavaScript would include some JavaScript commands, some selector, and then some things that you're trying to do. jQuery, at its core, has created a library in the background. Koha has links out to these libraries, and the libraries allow you to use shorthand. So instead of having to use this whole bit here, you can simply start with the selector and basically what it is you want it to do. All right. That's the quick and dirty basics of what jQuery is doing and how it relates to JavaScripting. The high-end coders out there, there's a lot more differences, but that's what really jumps out for us in this setting. So your selector is basically defining what it is you want to affect, what it is the piece of what's being displayed on the screen, what it is you want to change, and then the next piece is what it is you want to do to it. For example, here we're hiding it. Basically, that means no display. All right. Next basic question is, let's start breaking down jQuery. jQuery, as everything does, you need to have a beginning and an end to it. jQuery always starts with the $sign. So any jQuery that you would write has your $sign, and it's got to end with a semicolon. All right, everything goes in between that. The next nested piece of information are going to be your parentheses with some kind of what is that? Single quote. And then anything that you would put within those single quotes. All right, and then then you have your a dot, which is going to differentiate to where you're going to now begin what it is you want to do. That's what's going to appear before the hide, the HTML, the function that you want it to do. When you put it all together, you get something like this with information in there. So now that we have the basic framework here, let's add some stuff to it. So how do we find, what is the selector? What's that first piece of it? And how are we going to find that? The selector is in the HTML, and you can use any of the HTML selectors you want. As you see here, you've got paragraphs, tables. These are all different selectors. You can even use CSS, classes, items, or IDs, things like that. Any HTML tag can have an attribute, and that's where you can link in all of the CSS pieces, such as IDs, classes, and other attributes. Moving along here, let's see what some of these event type functions are. So we can do things like .click, hover. These mean when you move the mouse over it, click on it, it's going to kick off. Hover, when you move the mouse over and hover, it's going to change the color of it. It's going to do whatever it is you want it to do. Toggle, it's back and forth. You can do resizes, fading, different effects, fade things, hide things. This is by no means an exhaustive list of things you can do. There are dozens of other things that you can do. But the basic answer to all that is we want to find something, and then we want to make it do something else. And that's what we're going to dive into. If you're using Chrome or Firefox, there are some easy ways to look at the code. Here on George's notes, he's got Control-Shift-I. That works great in Windows. Doesn't work as well on a Mac. For those of us that use Mac, on a Mac, it's Option-Command and I. But I didn't write these notes. Then that will allow you to look at the inspector and actually see the HTML. Let me jump over to a page, and let's do that real quick. Actually, I'm going to do it on this page specifically. So when I open up the inspector, that's what shows me all of the different HTML. And from here, I can find classes, all of these different features that I'm going to need to create that jQuery. Move that down a bit. There we go. All right, so that's an easy way to get to that information. Let's talk about some of the system preferences that we mentioned early on. There's a lot of documentation on the Koha Wiki about using jQuery. It's a great link out here. There's a lot of good information there. There are two basic schools of thought on how to add jQuery to these system preferences. The first school of thought says that you add this particular piece of code at the beginning of that system preference. And then you have this particular piece at the very end, and all of your jQuery, everything that we've talked about up to this point. And I'm gonna look through some examples, and we're gonna play with this a little bit when I'm done going over this, is all nested within that. So you have all of your jQuery in there. That's one school of thought. The other is that for each piece of jQuery that you use, you put it inside that. So one says you do all of your jQuery within this, and the other says each piece gets its own document ready statement. Both do work. As George's notes state, he says he prefers the first method. Generally, I agree with him. However, if you're using the first method, you need to be careful. If you start nesting document ready statements, it gets messy. So you have to be consistent with whichever method you're using. Whichever method, stick with it and be consistent with it. You can also cause some issues with other other functions nested within there. So you have to kind of be careful. All right, let's look at some basic simple jQuery and how we can use it. These are some of George's examples. I'm just going to go through some of them piecemeal, and I'm probably not going to do all of them. We'll just look at the ones that seem to make sense and go on from there. So this first one, let's say, for example, on the staff catalog, you wanted to make the my account link go away as an option. You could make that link go away for your staff. Okay, so the way we would do that is this particular piece of jQuery here, but let's dissect it. Opens up right here, and then we have our selector here. So the question is, how was this selector chosen? Let's go back to the client. Let's go into our inspection here and take a look. That a little bit bigger. All right, so we see here, looking at that, I like to, instead of using the key command shortcuts, I like to right click on whatever it is I want to dive in and see if I can find a way to use some jQuery. I'll right click and use inspect, because it is going to, at least within Chrome and Firefox, highlight that particular piece of code. So I can easily move through it. And if you also notice in the upper right, as I move my mouse through the code here, it highlights on the actual web page what it is I'm looking at. So I find that very useful in dissecting what it is I need to use. So I'll come in here. We see a class here, top links my account. That seems to be a good one to use. We notice that these other ones have, they're not affecting what it is we want to affect, so we're not going to use them. We've got some others up here. Let's go ahead and look at these, top link, different options in there. So that's how the selector's chosen. That's how this was chosen. Okay, and then we decide what we want to do with it. We want to hide it. We could do other things with it. We could add CSS to it. We could, to change its coloring, to change its styling. There are lots of different things we could do. For this example, we're just going to hide it. So I'm going to cheat and just copy and paste this. And I'm going to come over to my system preferences. I'm going to search for user.js, and we'll see that brings up the 4 system preferences that we were talking about: the self-checkout, the self-check-in, OPAC, and the staff client. or the intranet. Because we're talking about the intranet up here, we're going to use the intranet system preference. Open this up. I have already added this. It will not be there for you. I went ahead and did that to make this go a little faster. And then I paste the jQuery in that we want. One of my recommendations is when you put some jQuery in, add a comment. Added to stop staff from easily getting their own account. Why you would want to do this, I don't know, but it's a good example. So we've added a comment. This way, if anybody else is looking at your code, they can easily understand what it is you're trying to do from there. Then we go ahead and hit save. Now if I refresh this page, when I come up here, it's gone. So we've simply hidden that. First example there. Let's go ahead and look at some of these others. Some of these others are the same process, but they're going to be for different things. Hide my checkouts. This one I actually think can be useful for a lot of multi-library settings. There is a downside to it. If you do it, it's very difficult to change libraries. So if you want to prevent your staff from changing the library settings, in other words, coming up in here and saying, I want to change my library to a different library, you can. Okay. So these are some basic jQuery statements for hiding some of these things. Let's look at this. This one adds some extra content here. Let's talk about that. The first two were simply using a selector and hiding it. This one gets a little more complicated because it's not only looking at the selector, it's using what we call a contains. What that's doing is that's looking within that code for a specific piece of information. So let's go over there. Let's come back up here. Let's look at the inspect. And as we see, there's nothing that differentiates this from the other top links. It just is a top link. So if we simply use top link, it's going to have effects on other things as well, like it would remove the search history. So we don't want to hide based on that. We want to hide based on something a little deeper in. So we're going to choose to hide on set library or search history, depending on what it is you're trying to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this one. Let's use this one. Come in here, come back here. Let's go to my system preferences. Oh, there they are. They're still up here. Open up this one. And I'm going to add this one in here. Wow. Hides the set library option. All right, so when we save this and refresh, now the set library option is gone. So those are some basic, simple ways to do basic customizations within here. There are a lot of other things we can do. That's just looking at hiding. George went into some additional examples here where we are looking at subtype. This is one that I have used a lot, hiding the subtypes, not so much on the staff side of things. Traditionally on the OPAC, there were some additional subtypes searching in the advanced search that caused patron confusion. So you might want to hide some of those. You would do a very similar thing within the OPAC to hide those. What do we have here? Main. Okay, yeah, this is makes a particular branch disappear on the login page. So if what this example does is, if I log out, when I go to log in, you can control what branches appear. Logged back in here. Okay, so that's one of those features that you might want to look at. There are a number here. Make the branch drop down, label different than on the login page, so you can do different things like that. Most of these pertain to multi-branch libraries or a couple of other things. First piece of jQuery George learned. This is actually probably the first one I learned as well. On the OPAC, come on. I want that to go away at the top of the screen. Just bring that down a bit. There we go. When we go to the OPAC, there are I need multiple monitors. Sorry, I'm using a laptop. On the OPAC, the login, if somebody's registering, actually that wasn't even for self. Let's just go ahead and look at it here on the staff side. I think this is a better example. On a patron record, the details here, when you go to edit somebody, it says surname. This is both on the OPAC and on the staff client and can generate some confusion. Say you wanted to say last name instead of surname. It's pretty simple. This is what we're doing. We're changing the label. It's going for slightly deeper into this. The label for this particular field we want to change. So let's look at that. Let's come in here. Let's look at the actual code. What we have here is it clearly says label for surname. So now we have to figure out how to translate that into jQuery. What we're doing is, because it's a label, this is a pretty standard format. You do label and then you use the square brackets for equal sign and then the field that label is for. So then you go ahead and change that. Let's see, it says label for surname, and then that's where it's going to change that. So let's change that one. Let's come in here. I'm going to open this up in a different tab. Let's come here. User.js, intranet. Here, let's add this. That's not the right thing. I guess I forgot to copy and paste it, didn't I? Okay, so we grab this, come into the right tab, and paste it in. I am doing some indenting here just because I find it easier to read. Changes surname to last name. Got the label, what it's changing and what it's changing to. Let's save that. Let's take a quick look back over here, do a refresh, and we now have last name. So this is a really basic way of making basic changes to things. You can do a whole lot more than this. This is the very intro. What do we have here? He's done changing first and middle. That's something that commonly comes up. Nickname instead of other names. You can change any of those fields. Another thing you can do is create some is to create autofill, data already in these different fields. This is if we wanted to have the patron entry already have a value in it of 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Both password fields set to a particular thing by default. Let's see, what else does he have here? As it says here, you can do a lot more here. You can. This is a bit more complex one. Let's look at this. Here he's changing the entry form surname, and he's using blur. What this is doing is let's go ahead and look at this. By using blur here, entry form password 2, he's moving that same data from password from one field to another. Let's go ahead and make this change. Let's add this in here. I'm just going to paste it in here and save it. I'll add that comment later. Now when we refresh this, let's see what happens. If we put in our password, you'll notice what this is doing. It's hard to see on this because it has it hidden. It didn't keep that one. I'm not sure exactly what he had that built to do. Let's reread this. Blur function entry. Password 2, value, entry form. Okay, so what he's doing is he's pulling that. There you go. I missed the very end of it here. He is setting both password and password 2, both fields, to be the surname. So what that's doing is when the surname is added in here, let's go ahead and add in the surname. Let's add in a different surname. Last, when we tab to another field, what that's going to have done is it is going to, using blur, it's going to have filled these with that surname. We can't, with that same field, we can't see it simply because it it's hidden in here, but it allows it to pull whatever's in here and populate it into these two fields. Handy little jQuery trick there. Let's see here. What else does he have? Cataloging results, search form. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of quickly going through his notes. I'm going to jump down here rather than look at each one of these. And I'm going to talk about some other resources that we have available to us. The Koha community has a jQuery library. This library is invaluable if you're doing any basic jQuery. It's a great place to begin. You can do all sorts of stuff. It's divided up rather nicely. A nice table of contents. You've got the intranet, all of the different jQuery that's submitted by the community in here. And then you've got the OPAC jQuery. There's a lot there as well. It's also broken down into things like search, fields, enhancement, enhanced content, adding some different enhanced content information. Each one of these is literally a piece of code. Let's go ahead and grab one here. Let's see, what is a fun one to look at? Hide my home link in Bootstrap. Here we go. This is one that was written a long time ago and still holds true. Has a little bit of different coding in here. Actually, that's not a good one to look at for a basic course. Let's look at this other one. Let's relabel something here. Here's a great example of relabeling. So from here we have, let me make that a little bit bigger. Here in this relabeling example, we're using the more searches and we're specifically one that contains the terms course reserve. And they're changing it to have a capital R instead of lowercase. But what's important here is the way it's structured. It's using .html, and it's going to create this piece here. You can also use .text. I think the other one had .text, but that's not sure which one I was looking at. There we go. We've got this search here, it does this, and it's changing this text to show this text like this. Pretty straightforward. Let's look at some of these others. These are some. One thing to note, each one of these examples gives who wrote it, what it's supposed to do, and as well as what it's intended for, as well as the version. The version can be very important. There are some of these that are now going to be obsolete. And here's an example of something. It was good for 3.18, but as Koha's advanced, it needs to be modified for other versions. Okay, so you need to be careful when there's a little bit of advanced jQuery. So you see, you can do a whole lot with jQuery. This is a great place to look for some of the basic structure things that you would use making basic changes. Some other resources that George mentioned up here that I did not mention, but I want to go into, is 3W Schools has a really good page on basic jQuery. It talks a lot about the structure of it, how it's built. If you've not used this website, I recommend it highly. It's a great resource for learning how to do some of these things. All right. I've pretty much been through what he's done here. I can continue to go over and show more examples and dive into it, but I'd kind of like to open it up for some questions and see where we go from here. Do we have any questions yet?
We do not have any questions yet. Hannah did say, I managed to accidentally hit whatever the code is in Firefox at least a couple times a week while using advanced cataloging, whatever the shortcut is. I'm like, I'll do that sometimes too, just, be typing around and it's like, oh, I must have pressed like Alt-I, I think is the inspect in Chrome on Windows. And
yeah,
sometimes I'll just be like, oh.
Yeah, since I don't use Windows much, I'm not sure what it was. It's in here somewhere. He documented it.
Yeah. Michael asked, remind me what the Apple shortcut is for displaying the inspector?
It is Option Command I in Chrome, and I think that works in Firefox as well. But you'd have to Google it.
Okay.
The reason I don't use the key command as much is, as I was showing, I like to go in and actually right-click on what it is I'm trying to adjust, and then open up the inspector, simply because it takes me right to that. If I'm not doing that and I just simply use the inspector here, using that key command, it just takes me up to the top, and then I have to find through all the nested HTML what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I also usually do the inspect element because it'll usually take me right to the place. Sometimes I don't know.
It gets you close. It gets you close.
Sometimes I'm surprised that it doesn't work quite right because I'll be like inspecting directly on the element that I need and it'll take me like to its parent div instead or something. And yeah.
Yeah, I've discovered, I think it has something to do with sometimes how they're nested.
Yeah. And I think especially with stuff where there's options to hide it in Koha, like there's system preferences where you can hide it, I think it's usually those times that it takes me to the parent.
Yep.
And it's probably, like you said, something about the way that it's nested to make those preferences work.
Yep.
Let's see.
This was very, very basic. as you saw, looking at, and if anybody's really interested in diving into the jQuery, I do recommend spending some time with the 3W School site, because it'll give you way more than you need to know for Koha, but you'll get a good understanding of it, and then you can really grow into doing some of the much more advanced stuff that we see in the jQuery library, because you can do some really wild stuff.
Oh yeah. Jennifer Weston asks, can individuals submit additional examples to the Koha jQuery library? Yes. You just need to get a wiki account, which we talked about a little bit earlier today. I think maybe Jason can post the link in the chat again. And let's see. Michael asks, do you have any tips for troubleshooting jQuery? I know that's probably more advanced, but there's some jQuery on my system that doesn't seem to be working properly, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, it is a bit more advanced. Depending on how complex the jQuery is you're talking about. One of the tricks that I learned real early on, and I think the jQuery library has this as an example up at the top of it. Under templates, nope, it doesn't have it here any longer. There used to be a link, and I'm sure I could dig around in here and find it. But there's a really good example. Let me see if I can find it. What I'm looking for is to add this CSS. And what I have done in the past is go in and Lisette, if maybe you can find that. Do you know what I'm talking about, where you add the CSS to add some color and a text box, I mean, and a frame around what it is you're trying to affect? That can really help you narrow down the selector. And that's usually where your problem is. Usually.
That sounds great. I hadn't heard. I don't know about that.
You haven't seen that little piece of jQuery? I think Liz wrote it years ago. Let me see if I can. It'll take me some time to find it, but basically what you're doing is you're adding, I'm using one of these examples, instead of hide, let's find one that changes something.
I can talk a little bit about what I do when I'm troubleshooting jQuery, at least some of the more basic steps.
Okay. Yeah, if you'll talk about that while I try to find this real quickly.
So I often the first thing I'll do is, especially if something broke either right when I put it in or when I edited it, is I'll use the JS Fiddle tool to just plug in my whole jQuery, so that if when I edited it, I accidentally left out a semicolon that broke everything, it tells me really fast and easy. And so like JS Fiddle, I use that anytime I'm editing jQuery at all. That's what I'll do. And then the other thing is, especially if it breaks after an update, it might be worth looking at the code to see if it's doing something like counting the number of columns, if it's like trying to do something in a certain column on a box, because the number of columns might have changed. And so then you might have to have it be, column 5 instead of column 4, something like that. And sometimes what I'll do also when I'm working on jQuery is just take out a, set up a sandbox, or soon we'll have a test server. So go on the test server and just put in only that piece of jQuery to make sure that that works. Because a lot of my problems come up with it when I'm like editing things. And then, yeah, like selecting making sure you're using the right kind of selector. Like if it's a div or a span, you have to like tell it differently what you're selecting, like hashtag or a dot. And so making sure to check those, and especially after updates, if you're starting to have problems, there's been a couple times where we used jQuery that was like selecting on a span ID, but something had been changed, so it was a div instead now.
Yeah, I'm not finding this off the top of my head.
That seems like it would be really helpful.
Yeah, I'll find it and add it. We can get it added to the notes afterwards. Another thing that I've discovered is frequently when I find an error in my jQuery, it's because I've not closed a, I'm missing a single quote, or I have double quotes and single quotes not nested. So you see here, like on this one, you've got a single quote and then you have double quotes within it. If these were put in as single quotes, it would not work. And I find that a lot of the time that's a mistake that I have. Or I've left off the last semicolon at the end of a line. That's another thing I frequently will catch. But it depends on what problem you're trying to diagnose. If it's just not working,
yeah,
or if it's broken something else.
And yeah, that's why when it's not working, what I usually do is, plug it into JS Fiddle or a similar tool that can read the syntax and tell you if you've, there's lots of things it can't tell you because like Koha has specific divs and stuff. It won't be able to tell you like you called that the wrong thing, but it can tell you when you've, forgotten a semicolon or left out a quote mark. So then everything after that's all messed up. So, okay. Any other jQuery, very, very basic jQuery questions?
I may have found it.
Ooh.
Okay, let me go into here. So here, I'm just gonna. Basically, this is the framework I'll use. Whatever the selector is I'm looking for, I'll put right there. And then I will have this after it. And what that does is it's going to add this custom CSS to the selector area that I'm trying to modify. So what it does is it gives it a border, and it makes that border 2 pixels in a red border. So it helps me identify, okay, yes, that is the right selector that I'm trying to use. Or no, it's not. When I'm at the very beginning, that's one of the first things I'll do to make sure I'm actually affecting the correct selector. Sometimes we talked about this top, these top links, and the fact that this one right here, no, it was this one needed to use a contains because top links was too generic. If I had used top links, let's put top links in here. Let's do this. Dot top links. That looks right. Got that. Now when I come back into, what was that for? That was for, yeah. Well, yeah, it didn't highlight all of them. But that it would allow me to see the top links and highlight them. And let me do something different on the screen here. Let's inspect this. Not this class row. I'm trying to find something. Breadcrumbs. Let's use breadcrumbs as an example. Copy breadcrumbs. Refresh it. Too many things on this tiny little screen. Yeah, that didn't work. But it may be a quotation problem. Let me change these. Oh, breadcrumbs is also not a class. It's a ID. I think. Anybody remember?
Not off the top of my head. I haven't done much.
Yeah, it's an ID. Had to identify it as an ID instead of a class. So that's how you set the selector. Do that. I'm going to leave all that. Now let's refresh. There you go. So it pulled that whole breadcrumb div or anything with that ID and identified that. So if I only wanted to change a piece of it, then I would know, wait a minute, I need to change something, I need to change something else. I like to do that when I'm testing and beginning to build it. All right. What other fun questions?
Let's see. Michael just said, very helpful. Thank you. Very helpful. It makes me feel a bit more confident about trying my hand at it. Thank you, Ed and George. Jason posted 20.05 adds Linton to the CodeMirror system preferences. So that should also put an icon in the gutter if you've got a typo missing punctuation.
Yeah.
That'll be, I forgot that that was coming in 2005. I knew it was coming eventually, but it can be hard to keep track of like what's coming in 2005 versus like 2011 because I follow the bugs. So
I loved getting the line numbers. That was a great addition. All right.
Okay. Well, I'll keep the chat open if anyone else has any more questions for Ed. I wanted to thank everyone for coming to both days of our conference. This is the last presentation. So thank you to all of you who came and to all of our presenters. Tomorrow we've got our Bugapalooza. It's a little bit different, only in the Zoom room. We're not going to be streaming that. And everybody should have got their Zoom links during that presentation. And so if you registered and haven't got your Zoom link yet, please email me. I did get a couple bounce backs from emails that it said were invalid. And if you haven't registered and register after the fact, after now, you'll still get a link. We'll send out another set of links tomorrow morning if there's any new registrations overnight. So if you haven't got your email yet and you registered or thought you had registered, double check. And if you still haven't found it, you can email me at president@koha-us.org. Let me know that you need the link still. And let me open up my notes. Heather said, I learned a lot, Ed. Thank you. And Jennifer Marlett said, thank you. And my notes are on this tab. Let's see. Yeah, we hope to see a lot of you at Bugapalooza. Even if you're not someone who wants to be like testing bugs, that's fine. You can come and just like talk to us about things you'd like to see in Koha or things that you feel are broken, and we can have discussion about that and maybe get you set up to do discussion on the Bugzilla, because it's always really helpful for developers to hear from librarians. So any kind of feedback you can give is great. We don't want you to be scared away by the fact that part of it's going to be doing sign-offs on bugs. We hope that you'll come and have good discussions with us and learn from us and share your knowledge with us. And I'll be doing a basic sandbox demo for the first hour, or as much of the first hour as we can get through. A few bugs probably in that time, setting up on the sandboxes. So thank you everybody for coming, and I think we'll wrap it up for today now. Don't forget to check out our website, koha-us.org, and our Threadless shop, which is linked on there, where you can get some sweet Koha-US swag. This shirt's really cool. Jason put it together. We also have like some Koha-US masks. And yeah, join our mailing list, and we've got special interest groups where we talk about all sorts of different parts of Koha, and come to our monthly meetings, which are usually Wednesday at 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 Eastern on the second Wednesday of the month.